Los Angeles, ooh, you don't have to drown beneath the boulevard lights. Los Angeles, ooh, I still see your gold underneath the night. Sunset burning through the dirty sky. Palm trees shaking while the sirens cry. Oh, why everybody trying to steal your soul? Everybody watching you lose control. The girls still dance on the broken streets. Hollywood ghosts in the summer heat. And somewhere underneath the smoke and rain, I still recognize your face. Los Angeles, ooh, you were heaven before the chaos came. Oh, Los Angeles, oh, don't let them turn your gold into flames. I remember driving down the coast at night, red taillights glowing like paradise, radio singing through the ocean wind. Back when angels still believed in this. Now the headlines scream across your skin, but I still see the star you've always been. Even with the fires burning through your hills, I die beside you, standing still. Los Angeles,
whoa.
you don't have to cry through the neon rain. Oh, Los Angeles, I'm gonna bring your stars back again.
What's up, everybody? How's it going? I'm Jim. I had to do a little update there. We'll do this. We had a couple rants come in right away. 25 from Dizzy D. Thank you. And then 2 from Joe. I'm broke, but here's a start. Thank you, Joe. So that means we have a Bellavision, and right now we started off with the goal. We're 73 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. How's it going, everybody? Sorry about the late show tonight. I almost took the night off, but then I realized I just can't do it because City of Burning Angels. Yes, it is. What's up? Thanks for being here, Levy. How you doing? Joe's here too. What's up, Joe? Great to see you. HJ Remy's here. Hello. Remember to slap that like button. Yeah, what the F's is clear, dear Lord. Let Pratt and Steve Hilton can turn California around. LA's a mess. LA needs Spencer Pratt. Our state needs Steve Hilton. Where's my lighter? Sing it, Jim. I'm trying. Pratt is turning out to be a rock star. Yes, he is. Thanks for being here, Pat Hack. Pat Charvon, thank you for being here. Ginger, great to see you. Gene's here. What's up, Gene? How you doing? The Narrow Way says, I lived in LA during the 80s. It was a great place to live and work. Thank you for being here, Narrow Way. This is what AI is for. Yes, Joe, it is. Wood Tick Mike's here too. Rants, thank you so much. Yes, Nanya, good to see you, Nanya. What the F, good to see you. Let's see, who was first tonight? Kimby was first. What's up, Kimby? Great to see you. And then Joe says, I'm late. Yeah, you got that. So OTR Smokehouse, good to see you. 719989. I believe the picture, and I know the picture, but why? What's up with that? What's up with that name? Yes, good evening, everybody. Finch, good to see you. Michelle, how you doing? Great to see you. Yeah, smash the like button on your way. Sneaky Sean's here. What's up, Sean? How you doing? Dan's here. What's up, Dan? Great to see you. I think I got everybody now. Let's see. Edward's here. Where's Edward? There's Edward. What's up? And Lisa's here. What's up, Lisa? Good to see you. And Sherry's here too. What's up? And so we got some news to talk about tonight. That was a good video. I saw that. I said I got Bella at the get-go. Yeah, that's right. Ready to go. We got Bella all night. So yeah. So I'll just say, hey, what's up? Yeah. So yeah, there's a goal like there is every night. And right now, we already have Bella, so I don't need to say that. So right now, yeah, if for every $100 that comes in across all platforms, Google, YouTube, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships on YouTube or Rumble, or becoming a membership on YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, Kick, and Locals, along with Locals coins and Cash App, PayPal, Coffee, Ko-Fi, and Super Tips, along with memberships on Kick and Twitch. We add it all up when we hit 100. We add an extra hour, and then for each additional 100, we add an additional 1 hour to the show. So the show could be as long as you want it to be: 2 hours, 4 hours, 3 hours, 6 hours, 5 hours. You get the gist. Cannibal Axtic Wizards here. What's up, Bella? She's so round. Yep, she is. So yeah. So what do you say? Let's just jump right in. Bella Vision's activated. We're $73 away from adding a first additional hour to the show, and let's get rolling. So Dem Senate hopeful Graham Platner's wife flagged sexually explicit text messages with other women to the campaign. She went to the campaign and tried to tell them that, hey, listen, we got these messages here, and maybe we should do something. And then they leaked them. Yeah, this guy. So far, you've heard about the candidate. He had the weird places to service himself, porta potties. He had a Nazi tattoo. He's a rape apologist. Weird takes on Reddit. He also lied about how he bought his house. He blamed Susan Rice for sending him to war. Susan Collins, not Susan Rice. Even though he volunteered against the advice of his own parents and said he wanted the adventure of killing people since he was 8 years old. Now here's new allegations. The wife of Maine Democratic Senate candidate disclosed texts between Platner and other women to his campaign. Yes. I did. Wait, where is it? His own wife found them and turned them over to the campaign because she feared they would cause problems. Maybe they have an open marriage. Days after he announced that his wife informed the campaign about potential political problems she'd previously discovered on the oyster farmer's phone, sexually explicit text. Hey, Jim, some of the rioters say they're done being the Democrats' pawns. Well, that would be awesome if that's the case. I mean, they're all pawns, all these people. Thanks for being here, Maxie. I don't know. I saw a bunch of stuff. It looked like a bunch of arrests were happening, but I didn't, I kind of wanted to cover some other news, like actual news stories, rather than just the same thing every night. Hey, Will Call, great to see you too, buddy. Just the riots. That stuff is like, it gets a little old, after a while. There was one thing that I wanted to pull up. I know I saved it. Where is it? Where is it? I know I saved it. Where is it? Sorry. I should have had this saved better, but there's so much stuff going on. So much stuff going on. Where is it? Man, damn it. Because he called, like, where, damn it. He had a specific name for his member, and it kind of makes it sound like he was lying about everything. And I know, damn it. I know I saved it. Where is it? And it's not here. It was an excerpt of the stuff that the messages between him and the girl. Oh, man. All right. I don't know. I feel bad now. Sorry. That was a waste of everyone's time. It looks like Spencer Pratt is filleting Karen Bass. Yeah, well. So according to people familiar with the matter, Amy Gertner, who married Platner in 2024, told the campaign about the message she found early in their marriage in the spring of 2025. In late August, as some of the aides were conducting Oppo research on their own candidate, Gertner disclosed the text to an aide to make sure they didn't pose a risk. Wow. Now, those people said the campaign had been preparing for a major rally over the Labor Day weekend with Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, who was set to officially endorse Platner. We're going to lose the Senate because of a bunch of DC consultants and podcasters thought it would be funny to make their scumbag bartender a senator. He sufficiently hated the Jews. That was enough for them. Wow. I reportedly told people to understand the red flag at surface level. It was potentially worse. There will be more stories, Ari women. I'm glad Wall Street Journal cares enough about journalism to report now rather than post-primary. GOP has a different plan. Yeah. Hey, Fletcher Boy says, here's 20 to help you look for whatever you're looking for. Well, thank you. There was a message, like, basically, like, he tried to claim, like, it was somebody, I think the Diggers are back. Are they? What is that? Is Joe streaming? Thank you so much, Fletcher, for the 20. It's greatly appreciated. That means we're $53 now, right? Yeah. Yeah, $53 now from adding a first additional hour. Is Joe streaming? Did he announce a stream tonight? Is that what you're talking about? I wasn't sure. I didn't hear a message from him or nothing. I told him to let me know if he was going to stream. Once again, Locals is acting weird. Anyway, I don't know. Nothing I can do about it, I guess. Not that late. No one's late. Hey, what's up, Shervon? How you doing? You're really late. You're not late. You're fine. I think Joe's Diggers are back. Something happening? I don't know, man. I'm sorry. I'm getting caught up in the chat. Platner is a walking red flag. Many people in the Republican Party tried to point out that the Democrats refused to listen. So the campaign was conducting self-oppo. The wife disclosed she'd found he's been sexting other women, and the campaign decided it wasn't a big deal. Like, and the thing that I don't know what happened to it. I swore I had it in my. You don't see anything from Joe yet? All right. I didn't see anything in basically what it was is, like, he tried to claim, this tattoo that he didn't know what it was, but yet he had it for all these years, but he just covered it up. But yet the messages he was sending these women was like that he calls his penis his Mein Fuhrer or something like that. And that he wanted to blitzkrieg their behinds and stuff like that. Like, Bill Maher endorsed Spencer Pratt on air. Oh, wow. Oh my God. Look at Christine. Oh Lord. Oh my Lord. With that, wow. Thank you so much, Christine. And no message. That means right now we're just $3 away from adding a first additional hour. Wow. Thank you so much, Christine. Wow. Wowsy. Wow. Wows. Wow. Mercado Media is done. They're setting shit on fire. It's wild. Oh my God. Really? Wow. YouTube right now. Okay. What's this? Let me look what this is. Over a dozen people. Oh, okay. I get it now. All right. Well, okay. It's cool. I'll check that out. All right. Thanks. Yeah, I'll put that up. A dozen people emerged from manholes in Brooklyn. That's funny. All right. You would have thought the Nazi tattoo was at least of his worries. Yeah, it's crazy, right? It's crazy. Hey, what's up? How you doing? Sorry, sister, we're late. No, you guys are fine. You're fine. But so I hope maybe it'll be in here. Story because I saw it and it was crazy. I'm like, so he actually messaged us that this was in the messages talking about like blitzkrieging their butt and like straight up saying he called his penis his Mein Führer. Needless to say, there were signs. Yeah. His past gets raunchier and raunchier with hookers and cheating. Hey, Kofi, what's up, man? Thank you. Yes, thank you all for supporting the show. Not that anyone cares. Spurs 111, Thunder 103. Spurs versus the Knicks in the final. Yes, thanks. Reporter, something you want to get ahead of? No.
Is there something new you want to get ahead of?
No, I mean, like I've been.
Is there something new you want to get ahead of?
No, I mean, like I've been.
That's it. That's it. I don't believe you. So unlike the Nazi tattoo, this can't be spun away as old news since it happened last year. Joe and his people are crawling out of the manholes again. Yes, we'll get to that. Yeah. And it must have been another period. More and more stuff is going to keep coming out on this guy. Wow. Let's see. New York Post. Lefty Senate candidate Graham Platner reportedly sexted numerous women on a hookup app Kick, and wife flagged it to the campaign. Is somebody going to have it? Nazi tattoo sporting lefty candidate Graham Platner had an account on the casual sex hookup app Kick. Like I thought Kick was a streaming app, KICK, but I guess there's another one called KIK. I'm not aware of that. Hey, Cesium Cat, great to see you. Thanks. And oh yeah, if I forgot, if everybody here, please, if you're new here or if you're just whatever, please hit the like button, if you would be so kind, and also subscribe if you haven't subscribed. So he posted about his flexible moral compass regarding cheating on one's wife in 2019 Reddit post. Larry did a deep dive on him. Larry Foreman, the DUI guy. Jim is just getting started. Well, I'm trying to get started. He posted some vid from his wife on X about the Kick stuff. He couldn't address it himself. Wow. Guys say they're led by their peers, but call it Mein Führer. I don't get it. I think Kick is older than Kick. Okay. Peens. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. He told Platner aides that she discovered the messages in the late spring of 2025. They were married in 2024. Yeah. So here he is sending, this is, I guess, the photos that he posted on Kick, and you can see he's got his hand covering the Nazi tattoo on that side so that people can't see it. He's covering it up. She told staff about the messages out of fear they could become an issue. Kick started as an encrypted messaging app to turn into a dating app to turn into a sex worker app. Wow. His infamous Totenkopf skull and bones tattoo is blocked by his hand. P. Hustle. Yeah, that's him. He's creepy. Yes, he is. That's another weird tattoo. Platner's infamous Totenkopf skull and crossbones blocked by his hand in the picture on his Kick profile. That's a different tattoo, though. The skull and bones imagery is a Nazi SS death squads that killed 6 million Jews. Small bonfire in the streets in Jersey. I saw them earlier today. Gundam, I saw them wheeling out like surveillance stuff, like cameras and stuff. His ex-campaign director slammed his excuse. Maybe he didn't know when he got it, but he got it years ago, and he should have kept it covered up because he knows damn well what it means. Yeah. That's it? That's all you got? What the fuck? That's all you got? Seriously? Same thing. CBS, they told campaign about the messages. Anybody going to have any of the messages? I know the man I married and the husband he's been to me on the best days and the worst days, and that hasn't changed. He's only been married for 2 years. Is it anything like a Discord? Maybe. Between him and Massey, we know too many names politicians call their members, right? This is crazy, isn't it? Platner's a presumptive nominee who will likely be taking on Susan Collins. And I don't know if they can force. I think they're trying. I think they're seriously trying to force him out. Phil Coggins, Kickstarted as a married but not to each other app. We're talking about Mother Papillons. We're talking about Graham Platner. The Toten Cough predates the NSDAP and SS, but that particular one is Waffen SS. Yeah, well, they have different ones. I mean, it's been around for a long time. Like they actually, if you go back to early the early war, the early part of World War II, you'll see that same death's head thing on Italian planes, flying in here's his penis name. Okay, I'll get that. Thank you so much, Anne-Marie. You're the best. Thank you so much. If you look at like videos where they're replaying, showing stuff about the beginning of the war when the Italians attacked what was it called? When they came out of Somaliland and they attacked it's a country that doesn't exist anymore. Damn it, I can't think of the name. But anyway, when the Italians first attacked their neighbor, now the name of the places. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But you'll see, you can see the planes dropping the bombs and stuff. They have death's heads on them. So they're different. They're not the same. They're not the same. They're more like they're different. Abyssinia, the Empire of Abyssinia, Djibouti, not Djibouti, Abyssinia. That when the Italians bombed Pearl Harbor, no, Abyssinia. And Haile Selassie was now it's coming to me. The emperor's name was Haile Selassie, and he went to the League of Nations to complain, and they didn't do anything. Prussians loved them, yeah. Well, I'm saying they were Italian planes actually, when they invaded. So let me pull this up real quick here. Yeah, here it is. This is what I was looking for. And this is Kyle Kalinske. Platner could have texted my mom and I'd still vote for him. And here, in one message seen by the Wall Street Journal, Platner refers to his penis as Mein Führer and asks the woman if she would like Platner to blitzkrieg that ass. So this guy clearly knows what a Nazi is. He knows what the death's head tattoo is, and he liked it, and he wanted it there. Hey, what's up, Irule? Great to see you. Awesome. Hey, Kareno, good to see you too. So this whole thing about, I didn't know what it was. I got it when I was young. None of that shit matters. No, that's all lies. It doesn't matter. Yeah. That lies. Well, I guess it's here in the, so we'll do this. We'll come here. Maybe he has a full staff. He thinks it looks like one arm salute. Yeah. Well, I've heard, happy Saturday night, Trump looking to accept the deal with edits. I don't know anything. I haven't heard anything about the deal. I know that he said he was still thinking about it. Oh. Bye-bye, Greg. Bye-bye. Screaming Sieg Heil on the way in. Probably something like that. Probably. Everyone loves attacking Djibouti. Yeah. Dude putting the tattoo on would have told him what it was. He knows what it was. That's baloney. He knows exactly what it was. Because actually, I seen pictures of him from his high school yearbook where he was quoting all this other stuff. And they said he was the person most likely to lead a revolution in his yearbook. Why would Maine Dems have this guy as a candidate? Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know who thought this was a good idea. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Greg loves you. He does, but he keeps coming back. But I got to keep pushing him away because I just can't have that crazy in my life. Oh, we're not even getting to see the Greg being tired. Well, I'll show it to you. This is what he says. So that's why I said bye-bye. Bye-bye. Yeah, the Dems are dumb enough to believe his lies. The Iran report was from Axios. Well, I have some stuff about the deal we'll get to in a little bit. So Platner is the presumptive nominee. He is widely recognized as a Nazi symbol. It's definitely a Nazi symbol. You figure if we mention Djibouti enough, we'll get a Joe Dolio appearance? Maybe. I mean, Joe's always welcome. Any of the guys from the council are always welcome on my show. I mean, I'm fans of theirs. I mean, they're welcome here anytime. Joe included. Scott, Watcher, any of them, they're always welcome. So he's just embracing the FDR Democrats. They didn't want to stop Hitler. Well, no, see, that's the thing. Like, there was a lot of people don't like to talk about this. There was people in FDR's administration that had close connections with the Nazis, like really close connections. Like, the Nazis based a lot of their policies on the progressive Democrats' policies. Like, seriously, they were like, they thought they were great. They were like they were running all these stuff talking about how great, how they were talking about how great that their policies were and how they were working and we should do this stuff. Like, so yeah, they said his opinions were due to a post-traumatic stress disorder. So they're going to try. And the close connections to the Kremlin. Yeah. Well, that's people don't realize too, that there was before, up until the point that the Germans invaded the Soviet Union, they were allies. They were buddies. They were pals. And you notice nobody in the West ever criticized the Soviet for attacking Poland. The Brits and the French and everybody declared war on Germany, but they didn't say boo to the Soviets. Why? Because there was too many communists running around everywhere.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Thank you, everybody. With that, we are now $100 away from a second additional hour of the show. Thank you, everyone, for thank you, everyone, for the wonderful donations. It's greatly appreciated. Really helps. Did Greg or whatever his name is tell you to kick me off last night? I didn't kick you off last night. You never got kicked off. That guy Greg or whoever it is, I don't know who he is. Like, there is nobody. All right, there is not a single person that is banned from the chat. I go through, and if anyone, like, if people get banned out, I'll generally, because I don't like, like, unless somebody's like really being egregious, then they'll get banned. But I time people out, and usually only for like 30 minutes, 10 minutes, depending on what it is. But like that guy, he gets a 30-minute. If he comes back at 30 minutes, I'll time him out again. And it's kind of funny because he'll come back every 30 minutes. So that means he's watching the show. So maybe he'll learn something. I'll never forget the first Hollywood blacklist targeted the commies that didn't support the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. That's correct. Yeah. Greg is on timeout. That's a wonderful compliment to our first minute thing, Jim. Yeah, I don't ban anybody. I mean, I time them out if they're being goofy, and because I read the chat, so I don't want to see crap in the chat that's going to distract me. That's all. So I'll just time them out. That's all. Dems are fixated on Nazis and fascists. Well, that's because, honestly, the Nazis were leftists, and people don't want to admit that. They're socialists. That's like right under National Socialists. Yeah. He's in the corner. Yeah, he's got a timeout. I've been to war at PTSD, and I've never gotten a Nazi tattoo, but nice try. Yeah, I don't have any Nazi tattoos. None. Even after I saw American History X, and I was like, that looks cool. I'm kidding. He's a hyper masculine, hyper violent person. He has a crude sense of humor. Well, that's true. The military has a crude sense of humor. That's very true. He's a lot of people, and his opinions have changed, but he didn't change the tattoo until it came out. That's the thing. Like, he didn't change the tattoo right before he decided to run for Senate. He didn't change it after he announced. He didn't change it while he was running. It was only after it came out publicly that he had this tattoo that he decided to get rid of the tattoo. That says a lot. That says a lot. So here, and this is the one. So days after he announced, his wife informed the campaign about a problem. We did the work the marriage requires. Come on. What does it say? He recently faced disclosures about controversial posts from his now deleted Reddit account. You've been online 30 years. I used to be a mod for some channels. I saw very few trolls become better. Yes, I am patient. Your son was in the Marines for 9 years and never got a tattoo. Yeah, I mean, some people get tattoos, some people don't. it annoys me so much. People saying Nazis call themselves socialists only to trick people that they were leftists when they haven't read the 25 points. Yeah, I mean, today's Democrat socialists have a lot of the same lore. I don't know. Hey, what's up, Chrissy Red? It's a peep show. If you want to watch, you have more feed in the quarters. It's like a peep show. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. I get it. This is like a peep show. Yeah. Thanks for being here. Thanks for checking it out. Is this the guy that's challenging Susan Collins? Well, he's running for the Dem in the primary. I don't know who else is in the primary. It's weird that what's her face dropped out. Like, I don't know why the governor dropped out. Like, I thought she was going to be in the lead, but it seemed like this guy was getting backing, and she was complaining about not having enough money. We had a private messaging act. The account was listed with the user ID P Hustle, which is similar to other handles he had. Besides the Reddit posts that downplay sexual assault, Janet Mills was her name, the governor of Maine. Like, why would the governor of Maine drop out to a guy who's never been in politics before? It seems weird. Like, it's honestly, it's almost like this was a plan. It's almost like it was a plan. Almost where like they did this so that everything will be on there, and so then people, when she swoops back in or something, because if he drops out, they could just. The Democrats could just put whoever they want in there. They don't even have to have a primary in all reality. The Democrats could just pick a candidate. They don't have to. They did it with Kamala, remember? I meant they have the same morals. Hit the send button. Oh, okay. Okay, morals. That's right. American History X was an awesome movie. Everyone should watch. Yeah, it is. It's a great movie. Great movie. And I'm not saying I support any of this, crazy stuff in there, but it's a great movie. It is. It's a great movie of how crime can happen to people and how people can change because of how they, criminal stuff can make people change and everything like that. You were going to get a tattoo of a squash bug on your big toe, but you're afraid of needles. Oh. So yeah, he said he got a flexible moral compass. Come on. Now, you said, I saw it said the messages were in here. Where are they? Where are the messages? Where are the messages? Mills couldn't raise the funds for a campaign. Yeah, Easy Bob, but why? How could the governor not be able to raise the funds? That is insane, isn't it? I mean, doesn't that make you go, what's going on here? Or is it maybe that they didn't want to raise the funds, so they let this guy raise funds, and then they're going to do something like they're going to somehow do something else? Like, it's weird. It really is. Where are the messages? It says they were from the Wall Street Journal. Let me see if I can find some messages. I want to see some more messages. I believe it. I don't think she would have quit for no reason. That's what I'm saying. But they're saying, like, a lot of people are starting, like, before this even broke, there was people. It was great that Ed Norton's character stopped being a Nazi. I still wouldn't vote for a former Nazi for political office. You think it's because Lewiston, Maine elected a Somali mayor? Could be. Let me just see if I can find this real quick here. I don't know. Nowhere's showing the messages, the actual messages. All right. Well. That's it. It's just stuff about Blitzkrieg, and I don't see any of the other messages. I don't see. All right. I don't see any other messages. So, the same thing from the Boston Globe. His wife told about the messages. Same thing here from Bangor Daily News. Here's a local paper. Let's see what they have to say. Mello, what are you doing? She's an idiot. Isn't she the one who challenged Trump on deportation? Yeah, that's her. That's her. Right in front of anyone. Yeah, that was her. Yeah. So I guess that's him and his wife. Shortly after he launched his bid, she sent the messages. The disclosure occurred in late August. He had a chest tattoo. Why do they keep saying resembling? See how they this is it didn't resemble a Totenkopf. It was a Totenkopf. You know, Brock says Mainwire. Mainwire has them. All right. What's he say? Mainwire has them. All right. All right. Thank you. Are you covering elections this week? Can't wait until August when we find out how Pratt did in LA or whenever they finish counting votes. I will be covering the elections, but I don't know. I mean, it's kind of hard to do it when they don't report stuff like that. You know what I mean? When they don't give us the information and they delay. I was praying that the Supreme Court would come out with that ruling, but I don't know if that would apply to runoffs, like that with our primaries, whatever they call it. I don't think the rules will apply to. I think it only applies to the November elections. Bella's using her invisibility superpower again. Yeah, I know she's not. I don't think she's got to go out, but maybe she does. I don't know. So he publicly acknowledged a profile includes a photograph of a man appears to be Platner standing naked in a bathroom. Well, he's got a towel on. The discovery adds to the growing list of controversies. So if it's an iPhone 6S or 6 Plus device is released during the period when Platner was in his 30s. Yeah, it's not like they don't take 2 months. They do. They take 2 months. They ain't going to call it until they find enough votes for. What camera do I use for Bellavision? It's the same kind of camera I use for myself. It's a Ozbot, something kind of Ozbot, Ozbot. It's like remote control and everything. It's the same. I just have 2 of them. I have one on a different location. And in California, they count until the Dems get the results they want. That's what they do. The Center for Sexual Exploitation has referred to the platform as a predator's paradise. Wow. So he was hanging out in a predator's paradise. The visible tattoos, including the Chinese character for love on his chest and the distinctive designs on his arm, exactly match his known body art. What kind of computer tower do I use as a custom? It is a custom Origin. It's made from Origin PCs. It's a completely liquid cooled. It has a liquid cooled 5090 and AMD 9950 X3D and 128 gigs of DDR5 RAM. People get the Celtic cross confused with the Nazi cross all the time. Oh yeah, they were trying to go after Pete Hegseth because he has a Templar's cross. Yeah, Joe Biden said it. That's right. It's not who votes, it's who counts the votes. That's right. So in 2016, New York Times published an expose highlighting Kick's role in horrific crimes. Multiple stages of sexual assault and all this other stuff. Even in Maine, the app featured prominently in child predator prosecutions. This computer came with this guy. I just got this computer, this tower. I just got it in November, December, something like that. So it came with Windows 11. My computer my old tower that I had Windows 10, and I can't upgrade it because the chip is a Xenon like 6th generation or something, which at the time when I built the computer was the best you could get, but Now it says that's not upgradable because it's not part of the chips that are you can use for Windows 11. I don't understand, why does it matter what chip you have to be able to run a different operating system? I don't get it. So they don't have any of the messages here either. So I guess we don't get to hear the messages any more than what we just saw. So all right, well, that's it. So he's a scumbag. Everybody knows he's a scumbag, and it is what it is. What it is. Why is it's always having some issues? So all right. So before we get to the next story, we're going to jump to this breaking news so everyone knows.
Good evening. These are two separate incidents, very similar in nature, that happened around the same time, but police say it's not clear if they're related. A large response in Williamsburg. The NYPD K-9 unit, FDNY, and Department of Environmental Protection investigate a sewer at Bedford Avenue and Hayward Street after cameras spotted about 8 men entering the manhole around 1 o'clock Friday morning and reappearing around 3:40 a.m. Neighbors just as curious to find out what was happening. Around 11 o'clock Thursday night, the same thing happened in Gravesend, 8 miles away.
They show the people climbing in, climbing out, changing their clothes.
About 7 men climbed into the manhole on
again.
McDonald Avenue in Collin Place. They spent 3 hours in the sewer and emerged at 2 a.m.
They get out, they get in a car, they drive away.
Neighbors were alerted when investigators showed up Friday to canvass the area. They were told not to worry.
They climbed in the manholes, they searched, they went up.
Those diggers are back.
And lo and behold, they tell us
they
they dropped
on a
the
piece
keys.
without the chip to spine. Yeah, that's right.
Keys.
A DEP spokesperson says the sewers have been inspected and the infrastructure is safe. They warn it's not only illegal to enter, it's also dangerous, as sewers can contain numerous hazards, including noxious and potentially deadly gases, unstable surfaces, flooding risks, and confined spaces. Councilmember Suzanne Schwang, who covers Gravesend, agrees it should not be taken lightly and commends the NYPD on their swift response and confirmation everything is safe. But not everyone is convinced all is well.
They just say, no, it's fine. It's not fine.
Still a lot of speculation as to what happened, but there is no confirmation as to exactly why these men entered the sewer system. In Gravesend, Brooklyn, Alicia Reed, Pix 11 News.
What?
Yeah, they're digging. They're the diggers. They're digging tunnels to this places.
Criminal laws.
No, stop it. I don't want this. So yeah, so Joe, maybe that's why Joe's not streaming. Maybe the diggers are busy. The diggers are busy. It's a regular day in LA. The homeless druggies live in the sewers. Yeah, but you can't live in the sewers in New York are a different story. No ID, you can vote for Pratt. Well, I wouldn't tell anybody to break the law. You got your computer in 2013. You were able to force Windows 11 on it. I guess your boot. There's several things. Like it said, like I tried. I bought. There's a little chip thing that I bought that I plugged into the motherboard on the old computer that I was able to install TPM or whatever it is 2.0. But then it said, oh, but your chip is not like your chip is the last generation of Intel chip that is not like accepted. I guess 6th generation or 7th generation. And so the next generation of that chip would have been fine, but so whatever. I was just screw it. So that's why I got a new computer. Because ever heard of Teenage Ninja Turtles? Yeah. You know, me too. Yeah, very large gators. They're hiding illegals. Maybe you switch to Linux, works great. Everyone is saying it's just repeating. Yes, it is. They were trying to save April O'Neil. Yes, they need to save her. So yeah, so there's that, man. Now we got this. Judge blocks Kennedy Center from closing for repairs, orders Trump's name to be removed. This is crazy because she files a temporary, a temporary restraining order, but that can't force people to do anything. That can only stop them from doing stuff. So like you can't really, they're digging to break in somewhere. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. Beauty and the Beast TV series is all about the sewers. A federal judge issued a ruling blocking Donald Trump and the Kennedy Center from closing for repairs and also ordered the name be removed. I mean, they could tell you can't close, but that's weird because they're closing it for repairs. It's like falling apart and having all types of problems. Judge Christopher Cooper, who's a wackadoo, I believe Obama appointee, argued that while the trustees might have assessed the property of closure in a number of prudent ways. The decision to close the center for 2 years to repress repairs was not one. See, this is not what a judge is supposed to do. The judge is not supposed to interject their policy preferences or what they would do or what they would prefer over what the people that actually run stuff are supposed to do. It's not their decision to make. Their decision is about what the law says and do they have the legal right to do things. And this is where these judges keep going wrong. They think somebody elected them to office. They are never elected to nothing. They're not in charge of shit. They're supposed to decide the law, not do this. Judge also noted that the preliminary injunction will not prevent the center from moving forward with the capital repair work that is sore, and it was sorely needed, but you just can't close. It's weird. Use a cream from a company called Hemp for your dog's paws, works wonders. Coconut oil works wonders for itchy paws. You watch Beauty and the Geek. So a preliminary injunction was granted, would not prohibit the board from closing the center should it come to this decision anew after independent balancing its multiple obligations. What? What does that even mean? What authority does the judge have for this? Zero. None. Nothing. Shockingly, a judge appointed by Hussein Obama ruled that the Kennedy Center, which was going to close in early July for large-scale renovations construction due to years of neglect, decay, and poor maintenance, which will be transformed by the President Trump into the finest facility of its kind anywhere in the world. And it will not be possible to do without such a closure. Because, yeah, you don't want it open. It says only Congress can rename it. Oh, okay. Well, that might be possible. Critics lose it after Trump renamed the Kennedy Center. Well, it wasn't Trump that renamed it. It was the people that run it that renamed it.
The Kennedy Center board decided to voted to change the name of the Kennedy Center by adding President Trump's name.
What do you mean? What happened in
Kennedy
Texas?
Center? And as you might imagine,
please elaborate.
Democrats had something of a freak out about it. Watch this.
What's up, Jonathan? Thanks for being here.
We, the American people, are not going to call the Kennedy Center the Trump Kennedy Center.
That's a sacrilege to a martyred, heroic, historic American president.
Yeah.
If this guy goes unchecked,
Not bad,
soon
Mine. Great to see
hauling
you.
out the statue of Abraham Lincoln to have a gold statue of Donald Trump.
You know, these people are suddenly all concerned about vandalism. Where were they back in the summer of love when you had their voters tearing down statues,
Hey, Boo Boo,
painting
what's up?
real
Great to see you.
graffiti, destroying things, and putting up monuments to a druggy criminal, George Floyd? Where was their concern back then when this was going on?
Yeah, it's such a great point. It's also a good point. I mean, Trump is the ultimate troll. I mean, he didn't just rename it, and put his name in it. Yeah. He put his name before Kennedy. Yeah. He put his name before Kennedy. He probably wants his name on it because he said, I am the one renovating it. But make no mistake, he's enjoying.
Yeah. So, federal judge ordered Trump's name be removed. Well, here's the thing. The judge cannot order him to spend money. That's the thing. Trump has his ballroom. Well, we'll see. They're trying to stop it. This might be all big, an overstep. They're saying that the board overstepped the statutory bounds by unilaterally renaming the building. And Trump's trolling is effing epic. Part of his ruling, he said they were required to take down all signage. Well, they can say, well, we're not spending any money to do it. Paxton beat Cornyn in Texas. That's what happened. Well, that happened the other day. We covered that. I wish these Dems would stop giving Trump ideas. We don't need a gold Trump like Lincoln Memorial. I mean, they're going to build that arch. Maybe that'll be the Trump arch. The Donald Trump and John F. Kennedy Memorial Center. I mean, a memorial center is not, I don't know. I like the troll, but a memorial center is named after somebody who's passed away. The Kennedy Center's organic statute makes it crystal clear that the center is to be named for John F. Kennedy, and it cannot bear any other formal name or public memorial based on the board's unilateral say-so. Congress gave the Kennedy Center its name, and only Congress can change it. It depends. I don't know what the statute. Hey, not that Karen. What's up? Good evening. Great to see you. I don't know what the statute actually says that created it. And once they give control over to the board, maybe the board has that power. I don't know. Lurch Langer, what's up, buddy? Thanks for being here. That's right. Tap that like button. Hit that like. Unfortunately, the radical left would rather see it die than have President Trump transform it into something that everyone can be proud of. Roma Davari, the Trump Center vice president, said the board plans to appeal the decision. We'll review the decision carefully, though the reality remains the center requires urgent, significant restoration and a truth that even the plaintiff acknowledges. It needs golden arches in honor of Trump's time working for McDonald's. Oh, that's funny. Well, yeah, I'll get newspaper for being here. I mean, the arch, I'm talking about the arch that actually was approved. The arch that they're building on Columbus Circle, I believe, right outside of, right down. I believe that was already passed. Like that was already passed. They just never did it like 100 years ago. I'm going to start telling them to piss me off again. We'll play a little game called Duck, Duck, Tape. With the $257 million secured by President Trump and approved by Congress, the resources are in place. We remain committed to pursuing every lawful avenue. So if Congress already paid for this construction, then this judge really has no grounds to say any of this. Hey, Renee, what's up? Thanks for being here. Need to be the dual arches, golden color. Critter Sitter, hey, howdy, lurking. Getting home from work. Getting ready for the work week starts tomorrow. Oh, thanks. Thanks for being here. So the lawsuit was filed by Representative Joyce Betty. The White House did not immediately respond for requests for comment. Look at that, boom. He previously denied a request for a preliminary injunction filed by a preservation group to block the planned 2-year closure for a rehabilitation project. So he said no to it previously, but now he says yes. So he secured the $257 million from Congress, part of the big, beautiful bill, and says it's been neglected, mismanaged before Trump intervened. The funds appropriated by Congress are spent on maintenance, repairs, security, and capital projects related to the building and site. I wonder, he should tell him he's going to put his face in gold on the ballroom floor. I wonder, here's the thing that might actually, maybe in that money that Congress did in the big, beautiful bill, maybe it's in there somewhere that they could change the name. If they called it the Trump Kennedy Center in that bill from Congress, then I guess Congress already approved it. The Arc de Triomphe. Yes. Based on the fact that the radical Dems care more about opposing your president and saving it, I'm going to be working with Congress to transfer the failing institute back to them. Yes, we're going to get to that in a second. Yeah, but he's not swayed. He wants the building to remain open and therefore dangerous. Judge Cooper should be ashamed of himself. Kennedy Center is an institution that belongs to the American people. Look at these guys waving. Yeah, it's Donald Trump. They think it's hysterical. His name was added to the venue in December after a unanimous decision by the board. In February, Trump was elected chairman of the Kennedy Center after removing 18 trustees appointed by Joe Biden. Well, it's up to the president gets to pick all the trustees. So that's the thing. So he can get rid of all of them. So Trump responded to the judge. This is the judge, Judge Chris Cooper. Of course, deep state lawyer Norm Eisen spearheaded the lawsuit. We just won our Kennedy Center case. This is a 1-2 punch against Trump's corruption. Congress gave Kennedy Center its name. Only Congress can change it. Well, there's the thing. They changed the name. I'm pretty sure they changed the name before the passage of the big, beautiful bill, didn't they? Or am I wrong? I think they did. Maybe I'm wrong. You love that Trump loves to push buttons. So after a 1-year review of the Trump Kennedy Center has taken place with contractor, musical experts, arts institutions, other advisors, deciding either construction with closure and reopening or partial construction while continuing entertainment operations through a much larger period of time working around the performances. Congress makes laws. They don't run anything. Greg's here. There you go. What's up? This is the good Greg. Trying to fix Portland or Abana on the Willamette. So I've determined that the Kennedy Center is temporarily closed for construction, and it can be, without question, the finest performing arts builder anywhere. In other words, if we don't close, the quality of construction will not be nearly as good, and the time to completion, because of interruptions with audiences from the many events using the facility, will be much longer. The temporary closure will produce a much faster, high-quality result. Based on the findings and totally subject to the board, I have determined the fastest way to bring it to the highest level of success, beauty, and grandeur is to cease entertainment operations for approximately a 2-year period. Did I cover the nonsense in Newark? Any updates? I haven't. I mean, I got some stuff put aside for it, but some stories I wanted to run through first. So the Trump Kennedy Center will close on July 4th, 2026 in honor of the 250th anniversary. We'll simultaneously begin construction on a new spectacular facility. Trump blasted the judge. Shockingly, a judge appointed, that's right, wants them to just not do the construction. So that it was a unanimous decision of the trustees to close it. You mean the protesters we fund? Yeah. Chatting for a minute on your phone, your PC's being a Democrat right now. No problem. So what's it say? Trump said he's going to transform it. Therefore, based on the fact that the radical Dems care more about opposing me than saving the Performing Arts Center, we are going to be working with Congress to transfer this failing institution back to them so they can make a determination as what to do with it. Judge Cooper was given a presentation by leading building and construction experts as to how structurally dangerous the building is, with rotting beams, parking areas that are subject to collapse, various other life and safety problems, in addition to the fact that it also needs a major renovation. What they could do. Yes. Yeah, other Greg was here. Don't worry, but he's not here right now. What Trump could do is they could have the building department go in and like the OSHA go in and say, yeah, it's unsafe. Nobody can be in here. I mean, that's what they could do. Guests must bring their own hard hats, glasses, earplugs, and safety shoes. We have multiple Jims, Karens, and Gregs. Yes. Judge Cooper was given a presentation and he just ignored it. He ignored all the life and safety factors. In addition to the fact that it needs a major renovation from an aesthetic standpoint, he was not swayed and said he wants the building to be to remain open and therefore dangerous. Judge Cooper should be ashamed of himself. I cannot be involved with a situation where danger to the public is allowed to flourish plain and open sight. Unless I'm free to do what I do better than anyone else, bring this institution back physically, financially, and artistically, I have no interest in continuing what could be a hopeless journey into Never Never Land. Yeah, condemn it. They could just condemn it. Your screen says you're the first like. You'll have to refresh then because it says over here. If I do this, it says we have 112 watching and we have only one like. Wait a minute, that's impossible. How is that even possible? That says one like. There's got to be something wrong with the likes because it was well over that before. So I don't know what the hell happened. That is weird. What is going on? There's something going on. YouTube's having some issues, clearly. You see 89 likes. I see 1 too. It doesn't make sense. Can they say it's open but not have any events? Maybe. You show 89. I don't know. I just looked. It says 1. I don't know. Libtards ruin everything they touch. Yeah. The law states only Congress can change the name. Oh, well, you sure that's what the law says, Greg? Are you sure that's what the law says? Because maybe when Congress passed the other law, maybe they said, no, you can. Maybe. Those Fulton County judges having sex in chambers. Yeah, we have a story about that to talk about too, because not only did she have checks, you see 95, cool. Not only did she have sex in the chambers, YouTube glitched, you had to restart it. Not only did she have sex in chambers, she went to a Fani Willis fundraising celebration stuff for her win, so she has to recuse herself now from stuff. Same thing happened on Camelot's channel, and the chat broke for you. Wow, that's crazy. You wonder what name was used in the funding bill? Well, that's the thing that will matter. Like, did Congress know about the name change before they did the funding? And if they did and they included that name in there, oh, buddy, that's a problem. That's a problem. Now I see 0. YouTube has been having a lot of issues. YouTube hates conservatives. Yeah. Everything that libtards touch was ruined. Yeah. Something's going on with YouTube's. Yeah, you see 98. Okay, well, I'll have to have someone else keep track of it because right now I see 0. Trump is interfering with the overspending, corruption, and kickbacks in DC, and they don't like it. We have receipts. They ruin everything. They still get away with it. YouTube chat has a bug and will crash with an out of memory error. Oh my God. That's great. Just great. Just great. Just what I need him to do. Just what I need him to do. I wonder if it'll show me here. If I go here, if it'll show me. YouTube Studio is messed up now. It's just cycling. Really? Really? Oh, that's just great. Error loading, monetization. Yeah, that's great. That's great. Yeah, I guess we're probably being like deep, not me personally, but maybe me, but I think it's like the Iranians or something. It says 98 likes. If I go here, I can see it on the studio. 98 likes. So it's something, but something's jacked up. YouTube's having something's going on. I think YouTube might be getting hit or something by something because it's not. It's like an issue. Anyway, enough of that. We don't need to talk about it. Poor Bella's, her paws bothering her. My little dog has skin yeast infection, so stubborn. I spent so much money on her shampoo. It's way expensive. It says this service is currently unavailable on YouTube. Yeah, there's some weird stuff. Sonic booms, men in sewers. What's next? I know, right? It's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. Crazy stuff going on. So I'll continue to do what is considered to be a great job for wonderful people. I've instructed the Department of Commerce to make all necessary arrangements with Congress to allow full and complete transfers to the institution, giving them the responsibility for its operation, maintenance, and management. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So yeah, so that's basically like, okay, Congress, it's on you now. It's on you now. Okay, Trump wants to give the Kennedy Center back to Congress after Judge. No, that's not why. It's not over his name being removed. See how they do this? See how they do this? If Bella was being watched by PETA, they better. Then he tries to touch my Bella. Anyone seen Terry lately? I haven't. Now that you mention it, I have not seen Terry. That's not why. It's because they won't let him close it for the construction. He's like, I'm not going to have anything to do with that. That's not why. Jeff Bezos called out the crazy and his rocket blew up. You got a message, internal error. Huge full moon coming over Arizona might be the moon's fault. It could be. It's probably, who knows? It's probably something going on. I mean, could be Iranian hackers have been hitting stuff, so it could be them. It's climate change. Yeah, it could be. But anyway, disgraced Georgia judge must leave the bench over sex scandal. Opinion. Love it, boy. Yeah.
Water's cooler. Let's bring in Fox Business contributor Katrina Campins. Hey, Katrina.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Of course. So, united, and it feels so good. Primetime's favorite couple, Fani Willis and lover boy Nathan Wade, caught on camera. And no, not like that. Here they are at LAX, which is weird because we thought they called it quits after lickety splits. At least that's what they told the judge. But
yeah, it happens.
Friends travel together alone. Friends with benefits. And Nathan's got more than just a carry-on. He's packing for the whole weekend. Are they going to Belize? Napa? Maybe it's cabin season.
Did you go to a cabin with Miss Willis ever?
Ever?
Ever? Ever? This is crazy. Now you can't see the chat. And no, he lied.
So where do you think they're off to?
Well, first
I
of
mean,
all,
how
I
is
love
it
his
that he's
backing
not
session.
busted for lying?
I don't know, but you know what this reminds me of? You know what came to my head is when I did the
What?
first season of The Apprentice.
Yes.
Trump loves the behind the scenes, right? So I was thrown into the boardroom and I had, two people on my team and they were trying to fire me. And you know what Trump said to me? Forget about everything you're telling me about Katrina. I want to know what's going on between you two. And he's like, Katrina, did you want to tell me? And I said, absolutely. Because relationships like this make a difference, right? In court.
Yes, they do.
A huge difference. And in business, let's face it.
That's
it
what they
affects
call a conflict, usually.
conflict of interest. And that's what happened.
And no one ever lies about sex, do they?
By the way, I didn't get fired that day.
You didn't? Just
No, because
later.
I told the truth. I was like, Trump, I know you love the good gossip, and here it is.
How did you get fired?
Prayers for Greg. Prayers
You know
for
what?
Greg.
I actually was really tired at that point.
You were tired
I was
that day?
tired, and he's like, what's happening? You're not putting up a fight. I'm like, I think I'm done.
You can't fire me because I quit. Up next, JD's got a gun.
Wait a minute. This is not what it's supposed to be.
The only thing I want this robot. Currently, women are going to want to have sex with these robots, and that's
All right. It's supposed to be about this other stuff. Oh man. U.S. Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights Harmeet Dillon has filed a motion Friday seeking a recusal. I guess the reason they tied that is because they're asking for her to be recused because she went to an event for Fani Willis. Harambe's out for Greg. Yes. So prayers. You're correct. This puts taking it into chambers into a whole new level. It does. Eleanor Ross from a key election integrity case after Ross admittedly and illegally attended a partisan Democrat fundraiser for Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis. Obviously, Ross's attendance makes crystal clear that she is not impartial. But this is just the beginning of Ross's legal troubles. Indeed, news recently emerged that she defiled and dishonored her position by admittedly having years of extramarital sexual relations with Atlanta's deputy police chief, Kelly Collier, in her chambers during work hours, trysts overheard by her staff. She lied about it when caught. She retaliated against the staff who reported it. How's that? Is that good? Is that a good newscaster voice? What do you think? That sound good? Or let me know. Yet this egregious workplace sexual misconduct, lying, and obstruction of justice resulted in her receiving a mere private reprimand, a woefully lenient and inadequate disciplinary action from the federal judiciary. Not bad? Okay. Ross should either resign or face impeachment from Congress for her egregious misconduct. Keep your day job? Okay. Sorry. Needs more bass. Okay. Just as good as my singing voice. But you say Christine, you say I shouldn't sing. Is that you telling me I'm not supposed to sing, so it's not good? Walter Cronkite style. Yes. Ross should either resign or face impeachment. She should also face federal criminal prosecution for lying to federal investigators. Yes. Why did she lie to the federal investigators? If she lied, she should face charges for lying. Bella, what are you doing? Stop chewing on your leg. You're not hungry. You got water there. What are you doing? You got out of Portland 32 years ago. Good for you. The Atlanta Police Department has many cases before Ross's court. Collier, Ross's regular courthouse booty call, is a nearly 30-year veteran who runs the Community Services Division and is married. Yes, she found out she did. No, you think it's great, just a Monty Python joke. Oh, okay. No singing. It was only through happenstance, according to the 11th Circuit Judicial Council, that Ross did not preside over any cases involving the division while her affair was going on. Avoiding a clear, predictable conflict of interest through luck alone doesn't absolve Ross. Nothing suggests that had Ross received such a case assignment, she would have terminated the affair. Ross is also married. Her husband is DeKalb County Circuit Judge Brian Ross. Bum, bum, bum. You're on Rumble and you can't get Rumble to cast your TV. Rumble doesn't. Yeah. Why is Fani and Mr. Bachelorette still walking the streets? I don't know. They both clearly lied in court. They sent the cushions to be DNA testing. Yes, that's how they caught her lying. And they sent the cushions. That's what I'm saying. They need to be prosecuted for the lying. Like, if you charge them with a federal crime, I think she automatically gets removed from the bench. That's like the only way you're going to impeach a judge is if you charge him with crimes. The affair took place in close proximity to her law clerks, young lawyers for whom Ross was supposed to serve as a role model. Indeed, a former law clerk reported the affair to disciplinary authorities. Ross used her judicial chambers to conduct sexual relationships, and it wasn't a one-time slip-up. This egregious sexual misconduct occurred over the course of several years, from 2023 until 2025. Ross cursed at staff when they lodged appropriate objections to her illegal behavior. Retaliatory behavior against a whistleblower who reported the judge's wrongdoing has no place in our federal judiciary. Yeah, who's paying for their flights? That's a good question. Who's paying for the flights of these people going? Ross, appointed by former President Barack Hussein Obama. Actually, we used to go by Barry Soetoro. Attended a political event for Willis, the legal embarrassment who secured sweeping, lawless, politically motivated indictment against President Trump and nearly 20 other defendants. The court later disqualified Willis after news emerged that she also maintained an inappropriate workplace relationship of a sexual nature with a special prosecutor she hired and paid hundreds of thousands of dollars, Nathan Wade. Ross attended a party to celebrate Willis's victory in the Democrat primary. Ethical canons forbid judges from attending such partisan political events. Yeah, that's kind of BS. I know she would have kept the case if she had gotten one. Yeah. How about Roberts? I'm watching the Watchers tonight. What's her name? Judge Blanchard? I'm not sure. Judge Blanchard. Is that the one in which one is that? Is that that's the other one. That's the one that was taking the pictures of herself. That's another one. That's the that was the probate judge in either Alabama or Georgia. Yes. What you talk about, Willis? I've to come to the conclusion we pay for everything, even the protesters. If I'm investigated, I'll be right. Via Soros. It's not just Soros. I believe these protests we're seeing now are being funded by Neville Singham. Casting can be finicky. My phone will not, since the phone is a 6E, but other devices are on 2.7 or 5. Oh, out there you're talking about the Wi-Fi. Yeah, it's weird. It's really stormy in Southwest Missouri. Well, be safe, Steve. Ross also demonstrated an utter lack of integrity throughout the process. When the 11th Circuit Chief Judge William Pryor confronted her about the allegations, Ross vehemently maintained her innocence. She had the audacity to call the charges outrageous. Ross knew she was making a false statement to Pryor. There was no excuse for outright deception from a sitting judge. Had a lawyer lied so blatantly to a judge in a proceeding, the lawyer justifiably would face disbarment and potential prosecution. Like there is a thing called candor, judicial candor, and she broke those ethics. She should be disbarred, actually. Potatoes. Yes. For some reason, the Judicial Council treated Ross in a shockingly lenient manner. Its refusal to make the reprimand public, naming Ross, constitutes an unacceptable lack of transparency. The public deserves to know the identity of the judge who flagrantly abused her office, lied about it, retaliated against people, and covered it up. She's a liar who got caught and has no place on the federal bench. This case demonstrates why Congress should enact Senate Judiciary Chairman Chuck Grassley's legislation establishing an independent inspector general for the federal judiciary. Yep, that's right, sweeping. They were sweeping. They're all sweeping. They're sweeping sweepers who sweep. Federal judges prove repeatedly they are incapable of policing their own ethics. I mean, there was a total pattern there. I mean, the Congress can appoint an inspector general for the inferior courts. They can't appoint one for the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court's a co-equal branch. That's the difference. Congress can appoint one for the federal bench, except for the Supreme Court. It would be unconstitutional if they appointed one for the Supreme Court. But sanctions are a pittance. Ross will, as all things currently stand, continue to enjoy all the pay and benefits of a lifetime federal judicial appointment. Other judges facing misconduct charges have had the integrity to resign. Ross should do the same. In the meantime, the Justice Department should prosecute Ross, and the House of Representatives should impeach her. Yes. Notably absent from this entire Congress controversy is Georgia Senator Ossoff. Ross sits on the federal bench in Ossoff's home state, and her misconduct has embarrassed the Northern District of Georgia. The federal judiciary as a whole, and Ossoff has said nothing, not a word. He said nothing. He hasn't called for resignation. He hasn't demanded transparency. He apparently hasn't asked or hasn't been asked a single public question about why disciplinary authorities shielded Ross from public accountability. Yeah, that's the other Blanchard, the one that talked about kissing white asses and walking her dogs instead of holding court. Yeah, she's the one. She was making people stay. Like, she was supposed to handle like commitment hearings, like people that were committed. You're no longer able to use chat on YouTube. Why? What happened? It's not working? There's something going on. Something going on with YouTube. Is it not working? It's something going on with YouTube. I don't know what it is. I apologize. There's nothing. I don't think I can do anything about it. I just chatted and it's not there. That's weird. My chat didn't show up. I just chatted in YouTube and now it's gone. My own chat. I can't chat in YouTube. What the fuck's going on? I am unable to chat in my own YouTube. How am I blocked? My comments are not showing up in my own YouTube. Look, there's my YouTube. See? And I've chatted, and now I'll go like this and switch, and one of them's gone. See? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's nuts. I posted a whole bunch of times and it didn't show up. I had posted a bunch of stuff and it just kept doing. You banned me in YouTube? Oh, damn it. Time for all the YouTubers to move to Kick. I don't know, man. This is crazy. YouTube is asshole. Yeah, they are. You see the hello? It disappeared on mine when I looked. I put a WTF and a hello and some other stuff. I got timed out of my own chat. You just moved over from YouTube. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, man. I'm sorry. Yeah, this guy needs to say something. Ross has utter discredit to judiciary. She should leave with a modicum of dignity. Rumble over Kick, though. Yeah, you can see yours. All right. YouTube's been glitchy. Jim is YouTube impotent. Yeah, that's me. Ghetto strong. Yeah. Well, let's hope. Let's hope it all works. I don't know. I wonder if YouTube will do something like they'll say all the money that came in today, they'll just say they don't have it. They'll be like, it's gone. We don't know what happened. We have no record of it. Rumble is suck. Rumble's all right. Rumble has issues too. Rumble has some issues too. So there's that. We'll do this real quick. This was the thing I saw. So Jonathan Turley says that the out-of-control judges, not the FBI, appear to have crossed the red line. Yes, go to Rumble. It's great. Wisconsin judges arrest for ICE interference and fueling both parties. Well, yeah, we saw that. This is about this judge. I'm like, this is old. This is old. Why did I just get this? It's a mumble on Rumble. We're at 110 likes. Well, that's good. You still have YouTube on your TV. Well, that's awesome. So yeah, this is old about the judge. We're not going to get into that. So this is great. We had Secretary Bessent delivers remarks at the economic, maybe because I'm singing, I'll have to stop singing. So he remarks at the Reagan Economic Forum, where I believe he discusses that we've taken $1 billion from the Iranians. $1 billion.
In welcoming the 79th U.S. Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent.
Thing that has made our republic great, he said, is that we don't hide from our mistakes. We learn from them. Then we go on and do things better than we did before. Better than we did before. That is the spirit in which I want to speak with you today, with candor and with confidence in our capacity to deliver another 250 years of American economic leadership. The truth is that for too long, America had been asleep. We mistook comfort for strength. We substituted efficiency for resilience and consumption as a measure of prosperity. We told ourselves that so long as goods were cheaper overseas, it did not matter whether factories went dark in Michigan, Ohio, or Pennsylvania. We assumed that supply chains would always function smoothly and adversaries would always behave responsibly, and the invisible hand would correct vulnerabilities that too few in public life had the courage to confront. And while we reassured ourselves with those assumptions, risk accumulated all around us. Somewhere along the way, we lost sight of a foundational principle that previous generations understood instinctively. Economic security is national security. For a nation that cannot manufacture, mine, ship, or refine its needs gradually, cedes its strength and sovereignty to others. That is a dangerous dependency for any country. It is an unacceptable one for the United States of America. Now, nations rarely cede their security in a single moment. More often, they drift into dependence through a series of politically expedient decisions. For our part, we made a series of mistakes, some bipartisan, others ideological, and many defended long after their cost became impossible to ignore. One was treating trade policy as though it existed apart from national strategy. We convinced ourselves that we could pursue commercial partnerships in one silo while managing security relationships in another, as if the world would honor these distinctions. But a nation that relies on a rival for critical inputs, finances the rise of countries that do not share our interests, and allows its productive base to erode while promising to defend the international order, will find sooner or later that these two silos collapse into each other. As damaging as our willingness to extend strategic trust where it had been not earned. China's accession to the WTO and the granting of permanent normal trade relations were sold to the American people as steps that would level markets and moderate behavior. Instead, we left our workers to compete against state-led subsidies, excess capacity, and practices that distort trade and undermine reciprocity. We assumed the rules-based system would discipline these behaviors, only to find that in too many sectors, it accommodated them. And that in the name of efficiency, we began to celebrate just in time while neglecting just in case. The pandemic did not create our brittle supply chains so much as expose them. Suddenly, the world's most advanced economy found itself partially dependent on foreign suppliers for semiconductors, large capacity batteries, critical minerals, and medicines that we no longer produced here at home. Regrettably, our recovery from the pandemic did not bring reform under the prior administration. Today, the United States still imports most of its rare earth minerals. They're essential to the technologies that will shape military and economic power in the 21st century. Only a small share of the active pharmaceutical ingredients that we use in the United States are made here. An American shipbuilding capacity, which once helped to secure victory in war and prosperity in peace, has shrunk to a fraction of global production. So when I say America has been asleep, I do not mean that no one warned us. In fact, many did. Workers warned us when their plants shuttered and communities decayed. Military planners warned us when supply chains narrowed. Manufacturers warned us about subsidized competitors and dump products. Public health officials warned us about pharmaceutical dependencies. The warning lights were glaring all around us. But our political class preferred the comfort of old formulas. Cheaper was always better, offshoring was inevitable, industrial policy was unfashionable, and strategic dependence was acceptable so long as the cost remained invisible. Beneath every one of those mistakes lay a more basic failure in our philosophy. In reducing economics to consumption, we forgot production. We measured abundance at the checkout counter rather than at the factory gate.
This is 100% correct. America needs to start building stuff again. Stuff needs to be manufactured in America. This whole thing about, oh, we can be a service economy. We can buy everything from around the world and we can just service it here and we can have this stuff. It's not the way a country is profitable. It's not a way a country is rich. It's not to be prosperous. It can't happen. And what happens when something happens, when you need to do something fast, you can't do it. Like the U.S. needs to get back to the way it was in the 1930s and 40s, where when we needed to build stuff, we could build it. If we need to build things fast now, like we can't, can you imagine what would happen during World War II? We were churning out like an aircraft carrier every week. Obviously they started a bunch of them, but they were cranking out, like they would start one. They had them building all over the place. They were just churning out ships. Boom, 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 boom. It takes years to build a ship now. Years. The environmental activists. Oh, I know. But this is part of the thing. We have to get away from that. We have to build stuff in America again. We have to. It has to be made here by Americans. Because that's the only way we're going to be prosperous. China does. China loves our dependence on them. They do. If we're not dependent on them, then they don't have controls over us. Labels of Made in America, again, are not making anchor babies, just saying the obvious observation. We are where our funds went. Yeah. Did we not learn the height of COVID-19 that all the IV bags and breathing machines were made overseas? So you're saying you want to build without all the regulations? I'm going to faint. I mean, we can have some regulations, but we don't need all the regulations that we don't need all the regulations that we have. Like some of them are a little over the top, basically. Like you shouldn't have like if I'm not mistaken, there's still delays in the plants that they wanted to build under Biden, the fabs in Michigan. I think they're still being held up. The Intel fab in Michigan still hasn't broke ground. Did I see MTG's $5 million house? I wonder where that money came from. But I think she got a bunch of money from the construction company. Hold on. Good idea. Of course, it's not a good idea. Another Monty Python joke. Okay. At the most, make it basic levels. Toilet paper, for goodness sake. Well, yeah. Intel fab in Ohio, not Michigan. Is that the one that they still haven't started on? Right? It's still being held up. Yeah. All the fees and regulations put the little guys out of business. I worked in sales for manufacturing in Vegas. Many wouldn't buy unless we were part of a union. We were not. California would rather buy gasoline from Asia. Big oil is bad. Make it make sense. It doesn't. There's no antibiotics manufactured in America that leaves us vulnerable. It got downsized already. Man, go figure. So this is great. He's talking about this stuff. And then he comes out, which is a great stuff for him to talk about. And he says that we seized $1 billion in cryptocurrency. Look at that face. Yeah, we got $1 billion from him. Those regulations were put into place with the purpose of stopping industrialization. That's another thing. Like all of these protests that you see happening. All right. All these were not put in place with the purpose of stopping, but they did. They were. That's what happened. Intel's delays Ohio's chip plant to 2030, 2031. Yeah. A lot of this stuff is being funded from China. All these protests, like Mr. Wonderful, whatever his name, I can't remember his name. Mr. Wonderful, the guy from Shark Tank, he was backing, I want to say, in either Utah or Ohio or something like that, or somewhere a data center that he was backing. And he's like, where are all these people? Where are all these protests coming from? They found out they tracked everything. It's coming from China. The stuff in there's another one they just blocked in another state. Utah. There's another one they blocked in another state that's all China. It's Chinese people backing it. It's all China. Yeah, Kevin O'Leary. It's all Chinese people backing the stuff, trying to stop the. I think I'm going to have to take her out. I might have to take her out. So maybe that's what I'll do. I'm going to take her out real quick. I'll put Besant back on to talk for a couple minutes, and then I'll take Bella out. Let me change my avatar. I'll do this one much better. Yeah, let me put Besant back on for a minute to talk.
its composition. And we prize low-cost inputs without first asking whether a nation can remain sovereign when it loses command over the things that matter most. A country cannot outsource its industrial commons, ignore strategic concentration, and expect to remain secure. For manufacturing is more than output on a balance sheet, it is a reservoir of practical capability. Engineers and welders, tool and die makers, and logistic networks, plant managers and workers who know how to solve problems on the factory floor. When the ecosystem is strong, a country can adapt quickly. When it is hollowed out, adaptation becomes slower, more costly, and less certain. We saw this during COVID and the scramble for ventilators, masks, and other medical equipment. We saw it again as the war in Ukraine reminded the world that high-intensity conflict consumes weapons and munitions at a pace far beyond peacetime assumptions. Surge capacity cannot be conjured overnight. It must be built before a crisis arrives. And a country that allows its industrial base to shrink in the quiet years should not be surprised when it struggles to replenish stocks in the dangerous ones. In a crisis, the nation with a broad and skilled industrial base has options. The nation that has hollowed out that base only has excuses. America should never again put itself in a position where its security depends on supply chains it does not control, factories it no longer maintains, or skilled trades it failed to preserve. That is why the president's agenda matters. Reasonable people can debate the calibration of any particular instrument, but the central strategic insight is undoubtedly sound. Trade policy, industrial capacity, and national security are inseparable. And to allow foreign dependencies to degrade any one of these domains is to allow them to define America's future. So on his first day back in office, President Trump issued the America First Trade Policy Memorandum, a sweeping directive to Treasury, Commerce, Homeland Security, USTR, and other agencies to stop treating trade as a technocratic afterthought instead of an instrument of national strategy. Last April, the president declared a national emergency tied to the cumulative effects of foreign trade practices and announced reciprocal tariff actions framed explicitly around national and economic security. Again, people can debate design, sequencing, and scope. Healthy democracies should debate those questions, but no one should miss the larger point. Chronic, non-reciprocal agreements, industrial hollowing, and strategic import dependence are not questions of commerce alone. They are fissures in our country's foundation. A few weeks later, President Trump signed executive action on processed critical minerals and derivative products under Section 232, expressly linking import dependence to risks for national security, defense readiness, and price stability, and economic resilience. Some have tried to weaponize critical minerals against us, but this administration is ensuring they will not succeed. On maritime strength, President Trump signed an executive order to restore America's maritime dominance, established a new Office of Maritime and Industrial Capacity at the National Security Council, and called for a maritime action plan to rebuild U.S. shipbuilding capabilities. This is what it looks like to connect industrial capacity, logistics resilience, workforce development, and national security in one strategic frame. Finally, on pharmaceuticals, President Trump signed an executive order to fill the strategic active pharmaceutical ingredients reserve so that America is never again caught flat-footed when access to critical drug components is at risk. Last month, the White House also highlighted further action to impose tariffs on patented pharmaceutical products while noting parallel Section 232 investigations involving personal protective equipment, medical consumable devices, and robotics.
Oh, son of a booch. I'm muted. Damn it. Wow. That's crazy. I was muted. I didn't even realize it. So anyway, we'll go back. I'll do it all over again. Yeah, China is an a-hole. Yes. Where are we at? People don't understand data centers or resources that they will cause those to pop. They don't want China to beat us to the punch with AI. If that's why China is actively trying to stop us from building the data centers, because they want to pass us up. They want to be able to take the need. They're needed for the AI. Yes. And the 70% increase in cost we pass on to the public. That's why they need to build their own power plants. That's why Trump signed an executive order that they must build their own power plants. Lots of shipbuilders in San Diego. I hope so. Data centers can be built in Iceland. They don't need them in any particular place. But yeah, we want them here. Muted, 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 muted. Wow. Muted, muted, muted. Yes, muted, or is it just me? Bella good? Bella's good. No sound. All right, all right. Wow. Read Jim's lips. YouTube is broke. Jim, you need to pay more attention to us in Rumble. I will. I pay attention to Rumble all the time. What are you talking about? I got you in Rumble. I just Reed Hoffman. Yes, Bella. I got you. I got it. I got a chat for Rumble right next to me too. You can't hear. Can you hear me now? Hell, get there. You're talking, but we can't hear you. Okay. Bye-bye audio. Crap. You can't hear now. AI is retarded. Shipbuilders in Maine. Lol. Take two. Doe. But they're not building their own power plants. I've heard one in Arizona. Senators must be on U.S. soil. Can't risk underwater cable issue. Good now. Okay. Sorry, everybody. Wow. I'm sorry. You can't hear me. All right. We can hear you now. Okay. Good here. All right. 5x5. Woodtick Mike says 5x5. Thank you, Woodtick Mike. Thank you. All right. Did we learn nothing from the Terminator movies? Well, not sure. No! I hit that. That wasn't supposed to happen. I'm Lady Bama. That's why I hate Lady Bama. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I hit the wrong. I was trying to use StreamYard's thing to get rid of Greg, and somehow it got rid of Lady Bama. I am so sorry. You should be fine now. I fixed it, I think. You should be okay now. Please type in the chat. That was an accident. I apologize. Damn, Greg. Old people and text don't mix. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. That was bad. You're okay? All right. I'm sorry. I was using StreamYard. It was an accident. I was using StreamYard. Yeah, I need to get myself in a corner. I was using StreamYard feature, and somehow it went to the wrong person. I don't get it. StreamYard, everything is now mad. Now I'm really mad. So how much more is he talking here? Now I'm going to ask some questions.
I must ask, as the world is waiting, I guess, for new information. The president's meeting with the cabinet. I'm sure you're plugged into this remotely. How do you read the situation? Are we close to a deal? The last Truth Social I got said basically they're looking at the issues, but the red lines have not changed with respect to denuclearization and no enrichment and reopening the Strait of Hormuz and no money in the next 30 or 60 days. It's a little sketchy, but the whole world is watching. The markets are positively reacting to it, so I thought I'd give you a chance to clarify the situation, give us your thoughts.
Yep. So the president was very clear in the cabinet meeting what he was looking for on the straits, free and open access, that, as we saw before February 27th, and that Iran must give up their highly enriched uranium and cannot have a nuclear weapon. And to be clear, I think one of the things that has gone unappreciated and unnoticed here is this is the first time the Iranians have been willing to discuss the nuclear subject. Like, before, we have the right to do this. We have undisputed, and so I think between
undisputed, 5.5
6 weeks of incredibly successful
Starting to
military
get serious.
campaign,
Yeah,
and
go ahead.
then Operation Economic Fury,
Starting to get
where
serious.
we have really cut them off. And
what flavor e-cigarette? This is a I buy my own liquid and I put it in myself. It's peppermint and spearmint mixed. This is XAI data center in Memphis and North Mississippi have gas turbines for power generation. The SPLC claims it's racist. They're attacking police horses. Oh, geez. Gundam, you got a link? Anyone got a link for that? That was something, I guess. Just got back from the Kid Rock concert. It was amazing. That's awesome. Kid Rock is great.
And they are at the end of their tether now financially. I think 40 or 50% of the troops aren't getting paid. Police aren't reporting to the station. Inflation's probably over 200%. They're having to give out food.
That's
vouchers.
a ghetto. Yeah, it's a ghetto, but you can't, like, I've tried the menthol. Any of the menthol stuff that you get is just gross. You know, so that's why I like peppermint, spearmint. I mix them together and I like them. You know, I like peppermint.
They have turned off the internet. So there was an information vacuum, and we'll see. Is the Iranians have engaged as they could. I would point out we did not change. We did not have regime change, but we changed the regime. The first level leaders decapitated, the second level decapitated. So we're dealing with the third level, and it's very tough because on one side we have a theocracy with the clerics. On the other side, we have a thugocracy with the IRGC, and you've got to convince both sides.
You know, I think kudos to you. You are probably most significant, most powerful, most successful wartime Treasury Secretary, certainly since.
All right, we're gonna. I think we saw enough of that. We'll do this real quick. All right, so we got this breaking news. The FBI has raided and arrested the man who got caught on video threatening to kill ICE agents and their family. His name is Nicholas Scelfo. He's facing federal felonies. This is how it's done. Thank you, FBI. So this guy that was saying he's knows they got their face and everything, right?
My boy, I have your face, motherfucker.
This guy was arrested.
You're dead. Dead. Because I'm about that life.
No, it's made in America. The vape juice I get is made locally at the shop. At the shop I go to, they have the flavor stuff. It's all made in America, and they add the nicotine to it, whatever level you want. Where do I get it from? I get it from this place called Purple Haze. I think it's called Purple Haze. Is the name of it? You have banana. Live Newark protest heating up. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. That's BG on the scene. All right. All right. I'll keep an eye on that. We'll keep it there. Come back here. Do this. So.
You said come on, right? Yeah, it's small now. Put your stick down. Tell your boys to back up. I'm about that life, my boy. I'm about that. Come on.
Oh, no. Vaping is addictive. It's because it's got nicotine in it. So it's addictive. Addictive, definitely. Pot shop. Yeah, it's a pot shop, but they don't sell pot. Bong hits almost killed me, so I don't smoke anymore. Well, vaping almost killed me, so I only do bong hits now. Don't do menthol. Try the iced vape juices. There was a thing called Icicle. There was a company, there was a place that I used to go that I used to order from that had a flavor called Icicle that I loved, and I can't get it anymore. They don't make it. The price go down, so then I got to try to make my own and figure it out. Yeah, BG is a libtard. Yeah, you gave up weed, even gummies last year. I feel better and less forgetful. Yeah. So leftist rioters are beating each other in the streets as they argue whether or not to retreat. This is what I'm seeing here. I don't know.
Hey, you guys are being distracted. Tear down Delaney Hall. Tear down Delaney Hall. This is about the prisoners.
They did. They arrested that one guy. They arrested that guy that we showed earlier. You're being distracted. You're being distracted. You order plain juice from River Bay, but I hate it. It takes almost 2 weeks to get to you. That guy was arrested, yes. You're today years old, learning it was a shitlib. I had no idea because he never speaks. More arrests are needed. Yes, yes. The one that said I got your face. Do you have a mugshot? Yeah, I got it somewhere. It's somewhere. I'll get it in a second. So anti-IRS riders are now stealing items from local businesses and setting fires. Police are a quarter mile away. Nope, this is not protesting. This is a riot. Cash hat tip, Nick. Yeah, Tommy's lie about everything. Mostly peaceful fires. Yeah. I mean, what about the environmental stuff? No, this is not a peaceful protest. What about the environmental stuff? The toxic, those are tires and plastic. That's poisonous. The fumes from that is poisonous. That'll kill you. This is insane. Like that, to me, that's a weapon of mass destruction. That smoke could cause emphysema, cancer, the carcinogens and the stuff. They should all be arrested for attempted murder on the world. According to the devil, it's peaceful. Who's BG? BG on the scene. He's the guy. I have his video up in Rumble, but I'm just looking to see if there's anything there. I don't see anything there. Total anarchy. They all got the kafayas on. They're all like this. They're all crazy. Riders now attacking police horses outside of ICE Newark. Wow, let's see. Oh, here we go. The horses, they used to use horses to actually take out the rioters. Years ago, they would just run them over. That horse could just, the horse could just stomp on the guy. It's only one tire? Oh, okay. But didn't Joe Biden say that's what killed his son? The horses should be the next clip. Yeah, it's right there. Strobe lights can cause seizures. Yeah. Surprised I haven't summoned AI cab to burn like they did in LA. These are the same people that chastise you for using a plastic straw. That's right.
Fucking coward! Holy shit, bro! What the fuck?
Trying to push on the horse with that stuff. I mean, they're supposed to turn the horse sideways and walk the horse sideways and just knock the people over and just smush them. That's what they're supposed to do. Right through the crowd. They turn the horse sideways and make the horse walk sideways. Nope, they don't care about animals either. Nope, not at all.
Nice work.
Nice work. Yeah. They think it's a game. These people think it's a fucking game. That's why they need to be punished. They need to feel pain. They need to suffer. Yep, Antifa has stabbed horses in the past. Yes, they have. You should see what they did the other night after police left. Protesters started up again right after. Yeah. The vape mail store online for juice, many flavors shipped the next day. Well, thanks, Nixie Nix. This is exactly what the Democrats want, the demon rats. We can't let them break our liberty. Liberty, yes. Yes. These idiots are assholes and they react surprised when they get moved. Back the horses into them. The horses may kick. Then justifies the mean. From LARP to 20 years, it's the way they go. I don't know if it's supposed to say LAPD to 20 years. I don't know. The women are protesting to let their future rapists go. Well, yeah, because that's the only way they're going to have sex is if these rapists get out and rape them. They're not going to. No one's going to, willingly. I should have said that. That's bad. I take it back. This shit needs to be shut down. I want peace in this country, not another summer of love. This is not my country. It's not. My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land of my father's pride, land where my every mountainside. I forgot some words, so don't sue me. Writers to a local correction officer throwing tear gas at them. How'd that taste? This jail is totally unrelated to ICE. Proving it's not about ICE. These people are full-on anarchists. Wow, so this is like this is a jail. It's not ICE.
Yeah, that's crazy. They didn't even move.
That freedom ring.
They're gonna lose an hour. They started running inside. You saw that shit? How's that gas here? You don't have it out of the lighter, buddy. I think I might. I was about to look for that right now. You don't mind. No, I was literally going to look for it right now.
Yeah. Why aren't they speaking English is the question. Antifa militants are mobilizing to directly fight police with barricades. They've thrown chemical munitions at separate local correction facility.
Fucking nuts!
Wow. They should be treating them like terrorists. They definitely should be treating them like terrorists. Shameful, you forgot the words. It's been a long time since I sang it. What do you want from me? Soon, I hope. I hope soon. Needs to go on their permanent records. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. They are terrorists, yes. You seem to be getting plenty of practice on your singing. I'm sure it'll improve. I'm trying. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my bestesses. In 5 days of riots, day 9 of riots. Day 9. Day 9. So they're mobilizing to directly fight police. This is the one we just saw. Absolute war zone outside of the I facility. It'd be nice. Hey, back on YouTube. Thanks. Would. Yeah, 100%. Well, have fun. Have a good time at church tomorrow. Say a prayer for all of us. Problem is no actual domestic terrorism law, just because of an argument, mens rea sentencing. Laws are international, which Antifa fits. Well, yeah,
motherfuckers!
Well, that's what they could do, though, Gundam. They could actually say that they're part of a. They could actually say that they're part of a foreign terrorist organization. Oh, look at this. M1s with M1028 rounds. Lego barricades. Yeah, look at this. We got 5 Jim Tells You memberships from Christine. Thank you, Christine. That sounds was that very loud? Because it sounded loud to me. Let's see who got those memberships. It says Gary Goose received the membership. I Rule, Donnie Nash, Heidi Teresa, and Lizzie Bartley all received gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Christine. Wow. Thank you so much. That means right now we are just 70 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you so much. And I like that they're showing that now on YouTube. They're showing the 5 memberships now. I mean on StreamYard. They didn't used to show this, I think. Or maybe they did. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they did. Yes, thank you. Send a snowplow. Y'all remember being terrified of getting in trouble? These folks give zero shits. Crazy from the folks who never had their asses beat with a belt or a paddle. Yeah. Yes, thank you so much, Christine. Thank you.
Free them all! Fuck, don't throw it at me. Come on.
Yes, this does look like a third world country. Yes, congratulations to all the gift recipients. Yes. All right. Wow. I mean, it's just crazy, the stuff that's going on. Police have lost control. They're overwhelmed. Violence, chaos underway. Oh, what's this? Look at who's got this. We got Karen Mannings with a 1 JimTellsYou membership. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow, that means that Southern Grit received a membership. That means right now we are just $64 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you so much. And get the water cannon out. Yes, we should. What's this? Firearm blog with the. I'll check that out. They were all free to go home with $1,000 in a plane ticket. I think they even raised it more than that. A proper third world country, all these protesters would be dead. Yeah, it would be. Public caning would work too. It could. It's the last gasp of the Demon Rat Party. Yes, thank you so much, Karen Mannings. Thank you. Who pays all these people now that AD's been shut down? It's coming in from Neville Singham. It's coming in from Soros. It's coming in from other places, which they need to really send the National Guard to protect the facilities. Well, they tried to stop Trump from doing that. They had judges order them. They couldn't do that. Remember? So got to kind of pay attention to that. You got to pay attention to that. What else? I wanted to do this. Shotgun, stun gun, shotgunning from an M21. Oh, that's crazy. Wow. I see what you're talking about now. But this is what's happening now. It's basically nothing now. I'll bring it over here just to show this. This is basically what's going on now. It's just them just standing around. This is how you can tell this guy is a leftist, because he's advertising the No Kings protests. He's advertising No Kings and all this other stuff in these statements. That's how you know that this guy is a leftist. This is coming from Bannon's War Room, but the guy's video is an actual,
Yeah, you're not wrong.
You know, so this is basically it now.
They're out the road behind me.
You know, it's from BG, but now they got these other things like, why is Bannon's War Room posting these things about the No Kings protests and all this stuff? Why is Bannon's War Room doing that? Any ideas why they would be doing this? Courtesy of Mercado Media. Like, why? Unless that's Mercado Media, that's who they're getting it from. Maybe. Okay, maybe that's not Bannon. Maybe that's these other people doing it. I don't know, but that's, you know, that's what's going on now. That's what was going on a little while ago. Elijah officer still doing the court. Yeah. Yes, thank you for the membership. Yes, you got a membership, I roll. I heard there was an explosion today. There was, I saw reports that there was a meteor that came in. I saw some video of it that exploded in the atmosphere and made a bunch of noise. I don't know if maybe that's what you're talking about. Is the horse part over? Yeah, I believe so. I believe the horse part's over. Have I seen the new police issue Taser 10-shot automatic taser? That would be fun out there. Really? That sounds awesome. That sounds like a lot of fun. Everything is in flux. Everything is a mess. Something's got to change soon. It does. Mercado is a raging leftist who screamed about the Dems supporting ICE. He's one of the few still live streaming right now. Yeah, well, it seems like Bannon War Room has been doing that for a while. Seriously? Why would they be supporting the No King shit? What the fuck is wrong with Bannon? Seriously. What is his deal? You're back. You had to go fix a broken toy your son dug out from the bottom of his closet. That happens.
There's no reason. Get back.
No, there's a reason. There's a reason. There's a definite reason.
Where the fuck are we going to go back to?
Home. Go back home. That's where you can go. Go back home. Go home. I hope so. Large majorities will tip the scales. I hope so. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. That's just more and more and more. So here we go. So we're gonna. This is the thing. FBI reveals that they got the guy. This is the guy that they got. All right. FBI just raided and arrested the guy's house.
Children, your wife, all day. Yeah,
Oh wait, I thought it was a.
Children, your wife,
That's not cool.
all day.
I thought they had some actually talking about it. So Todd Blanche said facial recognition was immediately deployed. Your children, your wife. This individual threatened violence towards one of our law enforcement officers and their family. And by using facial recognition technology, within 24 hours, the FBI got him. So Joe, remember I said 72 hours. They got him in 24. I want to thank acting AG who moved quickly to locate, pursue, and bring the subject to justice. Let me make this be a message to any criminal actor who may try something similar. You touch a cop, this FBI will put you down. Oh. Touch a cop will put you down. FBI arrests ICE rioter who threatened to kill agent and their families. Arrested. Got him. Got him. The coordinated campaign of violence against ICE officers in Jersey.
They try to make it look like it's a grassroots effort out here, that it's just, random community members coming together and protesting out in the street against ICE. That is absolutely not what is going on out here. It is very well organized. It's well funded. And I infiltrated multiple times the camp that they had set up out here, as well as also a rioting learning session thing, or maybe I should say leering, I don't know, out here where they're teaching them how to pretend to be medics. They give them over $100 worth of equipment, send them in there to basically be the Antifa support staff. So when they go head to head with ICE and their clashes, they have people standing by with.
Got to get out and vote, people. If you don't get out and vote, then what happens is kind of on you. Bannon is suffering from that Candace Tucker flu, trying to stay relevant. Just trying to check in Mercado, maybe the only stream War Room can find. I think only one pan Portland Andy has. Cam Higbee had his equipment stolen and destroyed. Yeah, I saw that. No police officers died on January 6th. No, none did. Not a single one. The only people that died were patriots that were murdered by police. That's it. Saved 85 children from traffickers today. That's the important story. Where is that story? I didn't see that. You got a link for that, Christine? Got a link for the story? Pop it in there. I'll pull it up.
Water to splash them in the face and get them right back into the fight. So it's concerning. But I mean, it's the same people organizing this all around the country. They're very good at it. They try to make it.
They're very good at it. The money. We got to track the money. Rest in peace, Ashley Babbitt. Yes. And I believe there's 3 other people who died. I think 4 total died. There was a woman that got trampled on inside the tunnel, and another person I think got beat to death. I think there was 4. Like 2 or 3 people got killed outside. Oh, look at that. We're over 2 hours. I got to adjust the goal out of YouTube there. Let's see if it'll even work. YouTube's goal going to work, or is it going to mess me all up here? Start another goal. Oh man, it's not working. I can't. It's not letting me start a goal. Wow. YouTube is that messed up and won't let me start a goal. YouTube, you're killing me here, YouTube. Oh wow. So I don't have the ability to start a goal on YouTube. That's bad. That's horrible. That's horrible. That's horrible. Oh, what's this? Liam saw the quartering and decided he wanted to follow in his footsteps. That's very troubling about that. I tried to talk to him in his chat and tell, to make sure, like ask him straightforward what he was doing, if this was true. Thank you for the 5. And he said yes, and then he went on to defend it. I was like, this is not right. Yeah, Roseanne Boylan was beaten by a woman police officer with a baton for over 13 minutes. Yes. So yeah, but I don't, it's bad for Liam and it's bad for anybody that associates with him. We saw what happened to all the people around the quartering. So sorry, I can't have anything to do with Liam anymore after this. Just got to stay away from him. Thank you for the 5. That means we're $59 away, just $59 away. And YouTube will not let me start another goal for some reason. So Kevin Greason and Benjamin Phillips both died of natural causes attributed to hypertensive arteriosclerotic cardiovascular disease while in the crowd. So I knew there was, I swore it was 4. Yeah, Roseanne Boylan. She was beat to death. Yeah. She was the one that was beaten to death in the tunnel. But I knew 2 other big, I wasn't sure, if it was because of, but we could say it was because of the gas they sprayed him with or something, maybe. What happened with the quartering? The quartering was striking channels and stuff, supposedly, and then a bunch of other people, and then people ignored it. And it's just not really something I talk about, but yeah, definitely Wheezy Bob. This is not like a drama channel. I don't really get in Roseanne. Yeah, Roseanne. I don't get into the stuff here. Other channels do, but I stay away from it here. I talk about just news and stuff. You guys probably aren't really interested in like the crazy stuff. No worries. They're very good at that. Lady walked outside today. It was still grabbed a box in front of me. Too many. What happened to the quartering? The quartering did some like false flagging on some channels, supposedly took channels down, like struck head because he's got so many. He has like a connection with people at YouTube, had channels taken down. You don't do that. You don't strike channels. It's something you don't do. You don't do it. Just because somebody's making fun of you or calling you names or whatever, you don't strike their channels. You don't do that. Either ignore it or you counter it with your own words. And there's another guy that decided to do it. And this guy made a whole video about it and bragged about it. And it's crazy. Still trying to put your studio craft space back together. It's whooping you. Well, let me see. Maybe it'll work now. Maybe I can do a goal now. Is it going to work now? Did they fix it? Nope. I still only see one. Like, and the super chat goals are not working. Not working. That's terrible. Not selling as much coffee, so he's butt hurt. I don't know. Jeremy did that. That's what's being reported everywhere. Yeah, a lot of people went after him, and supposedly like people that he had a channel with Count Dankula and this guy Barry Barrington or something like Barry guy called the Salt Mines, and he basically deleted all their content and screwed them over. And like they have these guys release like DMs between the quartering talking about it. Like I said, I don't know enough about it to really get into it, except for to say you shouldn't do that. That's not good to do. He had a lot of family drama getting thrown in public. He decided to use reporting systems to try to shut them down. Yeah. Alcoholics have emotional issues when people make fun of them. Yeah. Like, I don't attack people personally, usually. What did I do to the likes? Joe, I don't know what happened to him. I only see one. And it won't let me set up a new goal. So that's where we're at with that. Look, a random supply drop occurred here in Newark, a few blocks from the ICE facility, containing over $1,000 worth of supplies. Nobody knows whose it is. Nobody knows how it got here. Lots of saline, Band-Aids, gauzes, $1,000 worth of stuff. This is crazy that someone just dropped this off on a corner. Here you go.
Hey, go for it. No, not mine.
No, listen, you hear though, so I gotta,
You asked somebody for
all due
permission.
respect,
That's it.
You feel me? Like,
Yeah.
Oh, don't take this. Come down for this station.
Saline solution.
YouTube app just closed you out. Yeah, I don't know. YouTube does that to you too. Yeah, I know. Marie, I don't know. It's been happening for days. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the YouTube app. I really don't. I don't get it. I don't know.
More saline. Whole bag.
YouTube is broke. Many YouTube channels, experiencing problems right now.
Lots and lots of saline.
I'm mad they won't let me start a goal.
The trans.
Now I got to talk about it.
Problem.
Yes.
Trans guy.
I got to talk about the goal now more because I can't post it on YouTube, which I don't like doing. I don't want to be like.
Lots of.
I don't like
liquid
sounding like a
IV,
beggar. I broke YouTube.
Energy stuff that you put in water.
142 likes.
Keep them going 24/7.
Or 142 people watching.
And either that or they're just getting blackout drunk and eat electrolytes. I don't really know. Lots and lots of electrolytes.
Tampons and saline, yeah. Very weird, isn't it?
Keep in mind, we are
62
quite a
watching.
distance away
Awesome.
from the facility down there. Just random drop on the corner, and nobody knows what any of this is. Nobody knows whose it is. It just ended up here. It appeared.
Just appeared. Like Santa Claus. Waltz did the
Ice
shopping.
pack
Yeah.
type stuff. I don't know why I'm putting it back away for them. It's very kind of me. Maybe I just shouldn't.
Yeah, it's clearly coming. Money is coming from places. It's free. Take it. Yeah, I mean, that's what I would do. I would just, if I had a pickup truck, I would just pull up and take it all. It's free. It's just sitting on the corner. It's abandoned. That's what I would do. I would have just took it all. Right? He got the Keno Casino channels deleted. Yeah. I'd load all that stuff in my car and drive it to the ICE folks. Yeah, right now, right? You just uploaded a new short. If you like space, new short drops in 10 minutes. That's awesome. Awesome. Yeah, check out Libby's space stuff. You got anything about that meteor or something that went through Boston? Maybe someone should just abscond with their Shia. Yeah.
It's useful. I almost want to take a...
Just like the bricks in the 2020.
Hand
Exactly.
wipes.
Just like the bricks.
Lots and lots of water. Water everywhere.
Using ad blocker or braid.
Gauze sponges.
Oh, I am using ad blocker.
More gauze. Golly, it's like they're preparing for war. Cool first aid kit. That's nice. Yeah, first aid kits.
No, didn't fix it.
Hundreds and hundreds of dollars worth of stuff just on the side of the road. Antiseptic spray.
No, didn't fix it.
Band-Aids.
In the tubs, well, the new Glen explosion is far more interesting. Donate the money to the nearest food bank or something. Take it to a homeless shelter. Yeah, that would work. Saw tampons. Yeah, a bunch of tampons. Tampons are good for wounds.
Wound gel.
Thank you, though. I
mean,
appreciate it. Thanks,
it's like
Mark.
these people
I appreciate
are
it. I don't-
expecting casualties. Again, quite a distance away from the ICE facility. There's nobody here. It's just all by itself.
Oh, we saw that already. That was
All by
yesterday's
itself.
news, the new Glen explosion. We talked about that yesterday. That was on yesterday's show. So the governor has just revealed 5 of the 6 people arrested in the facility were from out of state. So let's hear what the governor says. The governor. I think she's a former CIA agent.
We know that people from outside the state have been interfering in the protests and escalating them. 5 of the 6 people arrested last night by state police were from outside New Jersey. And some national extremist groups have become involved in the protests here today. To the people coming from out of state to create chaos and dangerous situations, you should not be here. We know that people from outside the state have been interfering.
Okay. Do not come here. Okay. Yeah, here's the thing I saw. They're installing mobile surveillance towers outside the facility. So just so they can monitor everybody. But I would imagine they're going to attack these things. Right, it's going to stop them. That's going to stop them, you know. They'll just, there's the thing is, they'll just destroy the solar panels on it. It's not like they're going to have people protecting it.
Saying if there are pro-Trump flags that are flying on this federal facility, we have the right, equal access, protection under the law to go up to that fence and.
Large explosions felt across several townships in the Boston area. People are felt. Yeah, this is the stuff. Reports of explosion heard around Boston believe are going to be rather significant bolide meteor entering the atmosphere. Like there it is. It looks like it was off the coast though. Here's and I'll play this. This is. That's pretty loud. Yeah, mysterious double boom hood near Boston area. Many people reporting explosion. Oh, that was pretty deep and loud. Yeah, here they showed it on the map. They actually picked it up on the infrared or whatever, the flash detected by the GOES 19 satellite. It doesn't correlate. See, here's one. It looks like one here and one here. So it might have been 2 pieces or something, but that's a pretty decent sized boom right there over the water. So if that would have hit over land, I think there would have been a lot of damage. You know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? Can't hate the libs enough. We are in a cold civil war. It's beginning to defrost. Yeah. They're Marxists. Yeah, they're definitely Marxists. Definitely Marxists. Definitely Marxists. So, yeah. So, everybody, we just hit 2 hours and 20 minutes, and I just want everyone to know that we are still $59 away from a second additional hour. We got about maybe an hour or so to go if we hit it. If we don't hit it. If we don't hit it, I mean. You know what I'm saying? To hit it. Little bit more time to hit it. 45 hour, something like that. We'll see. All right. Let me do this. Okay. All right. It's been revealed that the Nazi tattoo Senate candidate has an active hookup app kick. We saw that. Major clashes underway. I believe we saw all these. We need the National Guard. We saw all these already, I believe. This is the most epic federal agents walk. Oh, so this is a guy getting arrested. We didn't see that. We didn't see a guy getting arrested. No, we never made a third hour. We're still second hour. We're in the show's 2 hours long, usually 2.5. We've got an extra hour coming. It's basically like another hour to go. A meteor hit an erupting volcano in the Philippines too. Yeah, Chuck Scummer's a Nazi. Yes, he is. Water cannons work perfectly. But no, we're still 59 away. So that's good. We see people getting arrested. We like to see that. Blue Sky has replaced X as one of the riot supplies organizing for our left extremists. The person in charge of supply drops posted supply drop locations. This is crazy, right? Hudson County Emergency Supply Pickup. Look at this, New Jersey. Essex County Emergency Supply Pickup. Look for the Knicks jersey and red hair. Look for the pastel pink, white, purple scarf. Look for the blue hair. That's crazy, isn't it? It was a shame if bug supplies were donated. We were horrible if we all had bed bugs. Yeah. This is the woman, wrong person. Look for the blue hair. Did they realize they're walking caricatures? He's been identified. This is the person posting it. David Polchonik, Experience Lab. Wow. Wow, this is crazy. President of Brand Experience Lab. Whatever that is. Wow. Yeah. Touch a cop, we'll put you down. We saw that. The Carroll case rests on judicial forgery. The first jury had no rape. They found only sexual abuse. They never identified any specific act. Hey, thank you so much, Spuds. With another gifted membership that went to Andy Gorski. Andy Gorski received a gifted membership from Spuds. Thank you so much, Spuds. And that means we are now $53 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you all so much. I read an article that says Scummer's a Nazi from like 40 years ago. Probably. I would say so. Yeah. Did you know he's Jewish? Scummer? Well, maybe. I mean, I don't know, because I did see him putting cheese on raw hamburger to eat it. So Jews aren't supposed to put mixed dairy in meat. That's like a rule for them. Still looking for the sex trafficking children saved? Wow, you're still going? Oh, yeah, still going. Going strong. Run a tie. We're $53 away from adding a, just logged on. 53 hours away from $53 away from adding a second additional hour. I started late tonight, so that's why I'm still going. Still going. Judge Kaplan filled it in himself. Yeah, the judge did this. The judge did it. The jury never said they found digital penetration. The judge made that up. Kaplan supplied him with the thing. He ordered a second jury to treat his invention as an established fact and accept it as true and move on. Yeah. The fact that there was a second jury that had to go. 53 hours to go. Yes, long time. And issue preclusion requires that the jury must have decided, not what a judge prefers it decided. Kaplan acted as both judge and jury. That's a 7th Amendment violation. The specific act mattered. The jury's first no on rape could have meant it rejected her full story. Kaplan chose the inference that advanced the narrative and discarded the rest. Rule 49 is not a tool for post-verdict fact creation. No court has ever given preclusive effect to a finding made to resolve a remitter motion until now. This is the outcome engineering from the bench. The second verdict was built on sand the judge poured himself. This is the judge. Michigan election workers were finding thousands of ballots and voters who weren't even in the poll books and had birthdays in the early 1900s at the TCF Center during Michigan's 2020 election. Democrats were able to get Republican poll watchers kicked out by not telling them they had to sign out when they left. Truckloads of ballots were being dumped in the early AM. Democrats were filmed wheeling in wagons and suitcases. People knew it was being stolen and literally yelling, "Stop the count," so loud the building was shaking.
In front of the polling center where they're counting the votes, where people are just dumping piles and piles of tablets on the top of the table. And a handful of people are looking through them. There's supposed to be 5 people there. there's not 5 people. Sometimes there's only 3 people. So when people are taking pictures of this, they're taking big cardboard pieces of paper and holding them up so you can't see what's going on inside. It's complete chaos. But most importantly, they don't tell us how many GOP people are in there. They're only going by the register that people sign in this morning. Nobody was told to sign out when you leave. So it's
so they won't let any GOP people in because the GOP people were not told to sign out.
Exactly.
That's the scam.
This is not a fair election.
Wow.
This is a joke. This is bullying. This is intimidation. This is steal the election out of Canada. I'm sorry. I hope you understand.
So I just grabbed one box of 500 names of people that are not on the register. They're not on the supplement list.
Were you in there? She was in there this morning.
No, I've been in there all day. I just left.
And so why won't they let anybody interview?
Their capacity. They said there's capacity. In the morning, you could just walk right in. So I trained and walked right in.
Because of COVID, they're saying capacity.
We all have masks on.
No,
We'll put our masks on.
I think it's the poll workers
They
don't
wanna
like us
see-
there. And they're very rude.
But you're allowed legally to go. It doesn't say there's
Yeah,
capacity.
that's why we have the Supreme Court order.
Yeah,
And not to let us in the building?
During lunch.
I got you. So,
Okay.
we'll
I
see.
have.
And what
I've
have you seen?
I've seen ballots that don't belong to anybody. They don't show up in the voter registration. There's no name attached to them.
And what are they doing with those ballots?
I'm challenging them, and
Okay.
they're supposed to put them in a box to be then reevaluated. But then multiple ballots that have several different numbers. One person with different numbers. We have whole lists of them. We're writing everything down all day long.
So are they improperly filled out and you're looking to disqualify them?
If they're improperly filled out, if they have no name, if they don't have a home, or if the person was born in 1921 but registered to vote in 1900, that kind of doesn't make sense.
So, but that's not on the ballot. When you vote, your ballot is just the balls and what you have on there. What are you seeing? Are you seeing people's registration forms?
Yes, we are.
So on the tables, you have the ballot, and then you are able to see next to them
on a computer screen.
On a computer screen, whose ballot that is.
Sometimes the ballot.
I mean, this is what happened. This is how they stole it. They did. This is how they stole it. Hey, look at this. Spuds for another 5 says, as an assemblyman, Scummer did have developers kick out black people with New York taxpayer money for a gentrification project in Brooklyn back in the 70s. Yeah, he did. He was a real scumbag. Thank you. Thank you for the 5. Thank you for the 5 so much. That means right now, folks, we are just $48 away. We're more than halfway there for a second additional hour. We're more than halfway there. Thank you so much, Spuds. Virginia again. Oh, shit pisses you off. Pisses me off too. Truly observant Jewish followers don't eat meat and dairy on the same day. Yeah. Let me see this. Virginia again. Let me look. What is this? Virginia again. Oh, manhunt underway for suspect. Oh my God. Okay. All right. We'll get that. We will get that right now. So yeah, this is what happened that they're trying to hide from us. Though all this.
The ballot itself has no name, but the ballot is filled out. Okay. And then if we go into the registration file, we find the person that has been was born in 1921, and it's just a lot of there's
a lot of stuff. So this is what happened.
Items in with them into the clear black.
Yeah, see, they're doing all this stuff coming in. They were blocking all this stuff.
They were verified.
I'm going to cut away here. Something I want you to see. They're taping up the windows. Security's taping up the windows so that people who are challenging cannot see in here. And
Wow. So they can't see in.
Where there's a huge challenge to the ballots.
Yeah. I mean, we know what happened. We know what happened. Hey, greeting, Gypsy. How you doing? They did it twice at Kerry Lake, and the reps did nothing. Yeah, they didn't. That's such a scam. Yes, they are. Such a scam. Manhunt underway for suspect after Virginia deputy killed another injured in ambush. $10,000 reward. A massive coordinated manhunt's underway in Virginia for an armed and extremely dangerous. I can't send a super chat. Only gift membership. I don't know. Something's really screwed up with YouTube right now. Hey, what's up, Dusky? How you doing? Try refreshing it, Rob. I don't know. I try refreshing it. I don't know what's going on. Something weird. YouTube's been all screwed up all night. It won't let me post. It won't let me do another goal. It won't let me do almost nothing. It's telling me, like, right now when I look at YouTube, it says there's only one. It says there's only one. After Hours Respawn viewers just joined. Well, thank you, After Hours Respawn. It says there's only one like on it, and when I try to start a new goal, it won't let. Oh, now it's working. So I guess I'll do another one here. We'll do 10 super chats for $5 for 1 hour. Now it'll let me do it. That's crazy. And right now, I believe we're $48 away, right? So we'll get another hour from now for a show. That's how that'll work. We're currently 48 away from a second additional hour. All right. There we go. All right. At least I was able to set a new goal now. See, does that work? Will it let me send a super chat? No, it won't. Okay, it'll let me send a super chat, but I ain't sending a super chat. That's crazy. Why would I send a super chat? That's nuts. That's knuckin' futz. Test, check. It's working now. Well, thank you. Thank you for the 2. That means we are now just $46 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you so much. Saw 0 likes on CommyTube. Just liked it. Yeah, it's something screwed up. It's screwed up. Restarting YouTube did nothing. It's probably a DOS. YouTube is too big for it, but you never know. Could be. What, I'm the first like? No, we had like actually quite a few, but for some reason it's not showing up. There's something screwed up on there. So a massive coordinated manhunt's underway in Virginia for an armed, extremely dangerous suspect who ambushed 2 deputies during a welfare check Friday night, killing a military veteran and then injuring a second officer. You just saw a goal go through. Yeah, I just tried it. And so, it is what it is. Carroll County Sheriff's Office deputy was killed in an attack. U.S. Marshals are offering a $10,000 reward for the suspect, Michael Puckett. Oh, wait, I think I saw this, actually. When deputies met with Puckett, he opened fire, killing Utt and wounding a second officer, whose life was saved by the ballistic vest. You have 154 likes. Well, thank you. Good Logic is going live in a few minutes about the New Jersey escalations. Well, that's good. Utt joined the force in 2023. Becoming a deputy was his lifelong dream. He worked every day to make Carroll County a safer place. Today, Carroll County's lost a hero. Utt leaves behind a wife and children. Abigail Scumbooger confirmed her office is closely monitoring the situation. Deputy Utt's family and everything keeps happening in Virginia. Why does it keep happening in Virginia? And I swear I saw it somewhere. Maybe it was Dapper Detective had it. Let me look here. I know I had it. I know I saw it. I know I saw it. There it is. All right, here it is. Yeah. Marijuana, Timothy Michael Puckett for homicide of a law enforcement officer, armed and dangerous, $10,000 reward. So if anybody sees this guy, it's $10,000. $10,000. He was sentenced back in 2016 to 40 years for several felonies, but the criminal-loving judge decided he hadn't killed a police officer, so changed it to 8 months. What? On June 30th in Patrick County Circuit Court, Stuart Puckett was sentenced to 41 years on various charges. However, a court spokesman explained Thursday that he is to serve only 1 month of active time for each of the felony charges. This is nuts. He's been a domestic terrorist since 2015, and now he's murdered a law enforcement. Explosive found on Makeshift Man Wanted, Timothy Puckett. Who's this guy? This is crazy. It's like the same guy from 10 years ago making pipe bombs. Did a rap sheet miles long. They've arrested him probably 15 times. The court system killed his deputy. 8 months on weapons charges. This is crazy. How does this guy keep getting out of jail? What the hell, man? This is nuts. This is just crazy. We saw this already. Wife informed the Senate campaign. We saw that. New York School's chancellor signed an illegal $180,000 contract and split the payments to cover it up. Oh, what do you know? Go figure, right? Go figure that happens. 5 or 6 arrests, all that. Oh, this guy, the former Des Moines, Iowa superintendent, was sentenced to 2 years in prison. This guy who lied about being a citizen.
Des Moines school superintendent sentenced to 2 years in prison for lying about being an American citizen and illegally owning a gun. ICE says Ian Roberts had a loaded gun in his car when he was arrested back in September. Officials argue he should have been hired to lead Iowa's largest school district because he has a lengthy criminal history that includes drug and weapons charges. He's expected to be deported to his home country of Guyana once his sentence is up.
That's the guy's mugshot. This is who they hired to put in charge of school. Yes, rally, rally, rally. You see 153 likes, 154. From now on, her name is Sperm Booger. Well, I said Sperm Booger. People told me that wasn't good. 166 viewers, 158 likes. Oh, my God, Christine, thank you so much.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Thank you so much, Christine. Wow, with that, folks, that means we are now just $96 away from adding a third additional hour to the show. Third additional hour to the show. Thank you so much. Wow. Ontario got 20 plus years for words. It's crazy. Thank you so much, Christine. Christine is the best. Media doesn't cover fallen officers. I can't find it on YouTube, but I know I heard it today. That's the whole reason I'm in this mess. All right, I will look for it. This is another white guy, another very good boy. Yes, he's definitely white. Definitely white. Definitely white. Definitely white. Definitely white. Split screen. Kudos to producer at Fox. The split screen showing Antifa throwing garbage and stuff while the governor speaks. This is like a longer video.
And you're certainly not keeping New Jersey safe. Today and going forward, I urge those protesting outside of Delaney Hall to bring the temperature down so we can focus on the detainees and their families. So comply with the lawful orders from local and state law enforcement and let advocates, faith leaders, and members of this community continue their work. Here in America, you have a right to protest and a duty to do so peacefully. The work doesn't stop here. I'm going to keep working with our federal delegation to demand answers. I'm going to keep using every tool at my disposal to get full access to Delaney Hall. And I'm going to keep working for better conditions.
She has no right to enter Delaney Hall. It's a federal facility. She's not part of the federal government. You're the governor. You're in charge of state stuff, not federal stuff. Go fuck yourself. Have a nice day.
Inside of this facility until it's closed for good. So today I'm calling on the Department of Homeland Security to do the following. Restore visitation for families. Provide appropriate care and medical for all detainees, especially the most.
First of all, they can't have any visitors when there's assholes outside throwing shit and starting these riots and doing this shit. They can't have people coming in and out. They don't know who's who. Secondly, these people get free medical, dental, and everything. American citizens don't get it. These fucking scum in this facility, the rapists and murderers and armed robbers and drug dealers, they're getting their teeth fixed. They're getting their medical taken care of. And it's all paid for on our tax dollars. So shut it up. Hey, look at this. Keep it rolling for another 5. Thank you, Doc. Wow, Doc, thank you so much. Man, you guys are great tonight. $91 away now, just $91 away from adding a third additional hour to the show. Thank you so much, everybody. Yes. I saw something about a kid rescued today. Damn it if I can't remember where. She's an ignorant C. That's right. Yeah. Race grifter. Same thing. That's right. Same thing. Yes. Thank you. Wow, Christine. Thank you so much. Nice tan. Yeah.
Vulnerable. Give detainees a meaningful chance to review their cases. Stop pressuring them into signing deportation documents. Here in the United States of America, we can and we must do better. As governor, I swear an oath to the Constitution of New Jersey to promote peace, prosperity, and the lawful rights of everyone in our state. I'm going to uphold that oath, and now I'll turn it over to the attorney.
I don't see anything news. Oh, wait. I got something. I got something. Here we go. 276 arrested, 89 children rescued in FBI Texas child exploitation operation. Exploitation sting. Well, I'll pull that one up too. Thank you, because that one might have actual stuff. Thank you so much. She's going to protect all the Dem good boys. Not to change the subject, but I thought it was epic that can put a fake homeless camp in front of a ramen house. I'm trying to find the name of the company who did it. That sounds funny. It can be called and be questioned under oath. She's full of shit. Those illegals get every fucking medical they need for free. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Yeah, let's do this. This is Fox News 4. Nearly 300 arrested and 89 children rescued in Texas. Massive enforcement operation. Oh, I thought there might have been a 2-month joint law enforcement operation in Texas resulted in the arrest of 276 suspects and the rescue of 89 children from online exploitation. The lady running against Pratt and Bass, she did it in front of a homeless camp, in front of a ramen restaurant. Wow. Investigators targeted individuals involved in trafficking, sexual assault, and possession of CP. Authorities state the cases remain active. Additional charges may be filed. A 2-month-long operation. It's Operation Soteria Shield. Oh, you know what? I did see this on X too. Operation known as Soteria Shield was conducted from March to April by the FBI's Texas Exploitation Task Force, 91 law enforcement agencies. Investigators targeted individuals suspected of possessing, distributing, producing, or promoting CSAM. Rahman, the one running for mayor. The group behind the stage homeless encampment in front of the Rahman's $2 million home. Oh, okay. Well, I got to pull that up. We're going to have to do that too. Yes, we're going to have to pull this up. What they're saying, officials say the investigators also work to identify victims, locate children. Authorities noted the cases generated through the operation remain active. Today, we're able to make a significant impact in the ongoing battle against predators who exploit children in our community, says FBI Special Agent in Charge, Joseph Rothrock. The FBI and our law enforcement partners will continue to prioritize safety of the most vulnerable. Report, yeah, definitely. Report child abuse online if you see it. Anyone information should. So this is local Dallas news. I thought there would have been I thought it would have been something more. Hold on. I thought it would have been something more. Is there a video about somebody talking about it? What's that operation called again? Soteria Shield. Soteria Shield. No. Okay, so there's a video here, which as soon as the ad's done playing, and we'll watch it.
Get up with Congress. Again, ICE is making this up. They're enforcing laws enacted by Congress and signed by presidents.
The border czar also shared this exclusive video with Fox News. It shows an operation that led to the arrest of a Mexican national who is an accused sex offender, I should say, and convicted human smuggler. And this is the carrying out of that operation in Minnesota on Wednesday. Chad Wolf, former acting DHS secretary, now Homeland Secretary, a security chair at the America First Policy Institute.
I believe it was Christine.
Let me first get your reaction to this announcement by Todd Blanche that there is a civil rights investigation underway as well into the case with the killing, I should say, of Alex Preddy.
Well, look, I think that tracks with.
So the video shows operation led the arrest of sex offender. What is this? This is not new. This says today, 1 day, 2-minute read, 276 suspected predators. And this video has nothing to do with this. There's snow on the ground. It says there's a nor'easter. Why are they lying? Why do they do this and put a video that's not the video? It says it's in the videos. Whatever. This is going to be another thing. It's going to be not what it is. So it says the FBI has located more than 6,940 children since last year, up 144%. Wow.
And a former NFL quarterback, Tim Tebow, founder of the Tim Tebow Foundation. Great to have you with us today. Tim, as you well know, this is not just a problem
Eiffel Tower
in the United
fire.
States with
No, I didn't see that.
On social media, it's
Karen gave a membership too. Okay. Yeah, Karen gave one.
I'm married to a South African, just like you. We have that in common. Big problem there
Christine
as well. But
5.
talk to us about what sparked your
Christine gave 5 earlier. Karen
interest
gave 1.
in this
Buds gave
tremendous
1.
challenge.
Well, it's one of the worst evils in the world, and it is something that we really do feel called to step in and fight and leverage everything we can for these families, these boys and girls, so many people that are suffering. And really what we're talking about is the replaying and memorializing of people's worst days. And specifically with Doe versus Twitter, it's a 13 and 14-year-old boy that were sextorted in some of the worst ways. And then years later, it's getting replayed on Twitter over and over and over again. Over 100,000 people watched it and thousands shared it. And the family pleaded with Twitter, please take it down. They showed ID, they showed who they were, they verified themselves, and Twitter said, sorry, there's nothing we can do about it. We're not going to take it down.
I am shocked right now.
Seriously? You're going to another ad? Fuck you. All right. Eiffel Tower is on fire tonight, according to this. But I don't know. This smoke looks like it's coming next to it. Not from over here. Eiffel Tower's there. I don't know. Put ice at the ports. Yeah. I mean, I see smoke, but it kind of looks like not what they're saying, in my opinion. It's like next to the Eiffel Tower. So the whole reason I got my criminal injustice degree, I know I saw it today. I don't know what happened. That was the stories I was just talking about, Christine. The stuff I was just talking about, the 276 people arrested, a bunch of kids rescued. Right here. I was just covering your story. I found it. It's Operation Sartorius Shield. It was on Fox News 4. Published May 29, 2026. Nearly 300 arrested, 89 children rescued, and massive Texas law enforcement. I just talked about it. I know I saw it on X too somewhere. Not after I saw that picture. There it is. FBI rapid response. Federal authorities arrest 276 child predators. This is the same thing. Exclusive video shows the operation that led to the arrest of the sex offender. But this is the same thing I just read. It was on the same thing on Fox. Every single day, the FBI is moving aggressively to destroy every child predator. This is the same thing I read on Fox 4. It's just reprinted on Fox, regular Fox. Tim Tebow. Yeah, it's all the same stuff. So, right here. Oh, look at this. Oof. Yeah, this is crazy, right? We talk about this a lot. All right. I like to know how many people are involved in the education system. There's still like 200-something thousand missing. Yes. A soccer game in Paris is doomed. Yep. Maybe it's the Muslims selling shit next to it with their hookahs and stuff. Could be. Yes. What's this? A travel world? You heard something about soccer? Travel world news. What's this? Paris experienced fires and unrest near the Eiffel Tower. Oh, wow. Okay, so that's what that's about. We'll do that in a second. So, yeah, honestly, the more you dig into arrest records, it becomes more clear that something's going on here. I have found 50-plus Hispanic men in my country, in my county in North Carolina, that are labeled as white males in arrest records. Almost all of them are illegal aliens. Can you explain it? You know about this? Have you heard about this? Look at white male, ICE hold, white male, ICE hold, white male, ICE hold. I mean, we show this all the time. Go over this stuff all the time. To be perfectly clear, there's literally hundreds of these examples going back years. This is not rare or unusual. It frequently occurs. White ICE hold, white ICE hold, white ICE hold, white ICE hold. Weird. There's a lot of issues with this. Obviously, the bigger issue is why are we not collecting accurate data? Without accurate data, how can we make decisions or policies? How can we trust race-related crime stats in states if white crime stats are inflated? They've been doing it for years. They have. Fixing the stats. Yeah. Garbage in, garbage out. That's right. And that's what they're doing. Because then they can say, like, oh no, it's and then they don't report if they're illegals or not. No. Our heroic ICE officers have been bitten, assaulted, and face death threats from violent rioters in Jersey. Anyone who assaults our officers will be arrested and prosecuted.
DHS Secretary Markwayne Mullins adding that protesters are creating a situation so dangerous that it's interfering with ICE's ability to do their jobs. He posted these photos to social media showing the aftermath of the violent clashes. We did have to blur some of them. They were graphic in some regards. But Secretary Mullins says they show violent rioters savagely kicking and biting ICE agents outside Delaney Hall. At least 6 people were arrested in those clashes. But Governor Sherrill says 5 of them are not even from New Jersey, calling them out-of-state agitators. DHS Secretary...
Out-of-state agitators. Yeah, that's a problem. Check out. Three more women joined lawsuit against the Maine Department of Corrections and a transgender inmate claiming he repeatedly raped them and made sexual comments. The new lawsuit challenges state policies that allow transgender women to be housed in women's prisons. Those are called men. Any updates on Trump possible deal? I haven't heard any. Call them the troops. I haven't heard any updates on it at all, Jason. None. Zero. Zilch. Lawsuits allege that the male inmate Andy Balser, who is sentenced to a 40-year sentence for killing his parents and dog in 2016, made unwanted sexual contact, graphic threats of rape, and exposed himself to 3 female inmates at the Maine Correctional Center in Windham. The women said they woke up in the middle of the night to find him silently stroking their hair in their shared cells. He also stood naked in one woman's room while she slept and suggested he could do things to her in her sleep. Will we see boots on the ground in New Jersey? I hope so. When women complained, they said they were punished by the jail and put in segregation. Huh.
The new lawsuit challenges state policies that allow transgender women to be housed in women's prisons. The lawsuit alleges transgender
He puts music over the stuff. So it's a lawsuit.
Made unwanted sexual.
All right, I read what it said, so I'm not going to play it because he's got music. It's going to take a lot more lawsuits before they get it through their heads that women are not going to put up with this. Once the prisons start having to pay these women, they'll make it stop real quick. Public prisons are sued under 1983 civil rights claims for deliberate indifference to inmate safety. And they pay with taxpayer funds and settlements. Yeah, but they don't care. These groups have contracts with the government, can still be held liable for negligence. These people are putting women in danger just to protect deranged, mentally unstable bastards. Women need to keep coming forward. Justin, independent journalist Nick Sorter says anti-ICE riot leaders are pushing for another sacrifice of their liberal foot soldiers. He's right. They're preying on low IQ people. They want a sacrifice. They want another sacrifice. That's what they want. They want another pretty.
They're good at what they do, but they are preying on low IQ people and others that really, I guess, they don't have any sort of convictions. They're being told that they're helping for the greater good, and so they're basically just foot soldiers out here.
Greater good.
Is I truly believe a lot of these individuals leading the organizational efforts, they want to sacrifice some of these people. They need another Renee Good or Alex Preddy to spur up their movement again across the country. It's a terrifying thought, but I genuinely believe that.
Wow. So, Nick, I've written a
they're good at what they do, but they are preying on
bad Jim, bad Jim, bad. Well, it looks like that live feed of the riots is over in Jersey. I don't know why, what they did. It looks like it's over. People just left, but the cops are all still there. So I don't know. Very interesting. Very interesting. Eiffel Tower's on fire tonight. Yeah, 6 to 12 women. He's only been married 18 months. Graham Platner, who is married, was sexting with between 6 to 12 women, depending on who you ask. McDonald said Gertner told her husband had been exchanging sexual messages with many as a dozen women. And current Platner campaign officials said Platner's been communicating with up to 6 women. He's a Third Reich tattoo who cheats on his partner, but you must vote for him because Trump's a Nazi, philanderer, Democrats. Graham Platner's profile kick, the anonymous messaging has been described as Predator's Paradise. That's him. We're all living in a predator's paradise. His profile is a photo of him topless with a towel. He joined Kick 4 months after the New York Times published an expose on the app's popularity among sexual predators. Wow. He knows. He knew where to go. Clearly he's doing research. Clearly doing research. This is crazy, man. A man stabbed to death on Hollywood's Walk of Fame after a pit bull attacked him, and the owner stabbed him with machetes and knives when he defended himself from the dog. Video shows Barry Henderson running into the street as a dog chased him and bit him. Henderson pulled out a knife and stabbed the dog. A group of 4 men, including the dog's owner, rushed Henderson. One suspect was seen using a machete while others punched and stabbed him. He tried to flee, was chased down again, and suffered multiple stab wounds. He died at the hospital. Los Angeles police arrested 3 suspects. A 4th man remains outstanding. So here's
when a pit bull
there's a video of it. You can see him getting chased by the dog. But I don't know. I don't know what happened before the stuff. Maybe I don't know what happened. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what happened before, but these guys clearly had killed the guy after whatever. But we don't know. But there's just somebody talking about what it is. I kind of don't like these because you don't really know if what they're saying is true. This is crazy right here too. Heartbreaking moment. 123 views in the first 33 minutes. Well, congratulations. I heard a while ago they put a man in women's prison. He got some girl pregnant. Yeah, it's happened. Mayor Ras Baraka implemented a mandatory curfew from 9 to 6 for a half-mile radius surrounding Delaney Hall due to escalating protests. Well, what good does that do now? It's way past 9. You never see women trying to get in a men's prison. No, you don't. Newark, New Jersey is 95% minority, estimated 80% black. It's not what the rioters look like on camera. No, they don't. None of them look like that. Someone should Google if trans men have to be in with the man. My pit's a huge baby. It's the owner. Yeah, so is mine. But that's what I'm saying. Like, but we don't know. We kind of didn't really see what happened. Like the dog chased him. Maybe something happened. Like maybe he attacked the owner or something. The dog. I don't know. I'm saying I don't know. I don't know the facts. That's all I'm saying. So a 10-month-old baby was cut in half with a knife in front of her. Her husband was shot dead, and she watched them split her second child's skull with a machete. They also cut off one of her hands. This is life for Christians in Nigeria. The media remains silent.
Lisa speaks first.
This is what they're doing to the Christians in Nigeria. This is what they're doing to Christians all over Africa, actually. The video is very crappy. I can't see tears. Nigerian farmers, these are true sound seekers. The video is very crappy quality, man. Very crappy quality video. This is horrible. But this is why Trump is saying that we have to do something to protect these people, the Christians that they're killing in Africa. Something's got to be done. Paris experienced a fire and arrest near the Eiffel Tower following the Championship League victory, affecting tourists and locals. So, tense things in the street. Many fans took to the streets to revel in the victory. Chaotic scenes broke out. Crowd congestions. Fires erupted at 2:30 in the morning. Emergency teams quickly moved to control the fire. Smoke rising over the Seine. I don't know. So, yeah, there's that going on. Wow. It's a savage. One advocacy group's viral campaign delivers homelessness to the LA mayor candidate's doorstep. Los Angeles District 4 City Councilwoman and socialist candidate LA Mayor Nithra Raman has gotten a small taste of what Angelenos have to deal with on a day-to-day basis. And she didn't like it one bit. Didn't like it one bit. Ellie says, hold my beer, Paris. Yeah. They always go after the Christians first. They do. An advocacy group called Safe Cities USA decided to stage a full-on homeless encampment at Raman's doorstep over Memorial Day weekend. And she was shocked, I say, that the campaign for mayor has come to this. She said she thought spouting World Economic Forum garbage about bike lanes and transportation and 15-minute cities. Instead, she's being confronted with what the majority of Los Angelenos suffer 24/7. One almost feels sorry for her. No, not really. Raman resides in a $2 million home in Silver Lake, one of the toniest LA districts where the homeless dare not go. So Raman rarely, if ever, has to suffer the fear of being attacked by a crazed drug addict screaming at her on the sidewalk, and the indignity of having to cover a child's eyes as they walk past half naked doing drugs or navigating on a baby stroller through needles and poop. As my colleague Nick Arama reported, that Raman, a expressed her outrage that this would occur in front of her house, that she had to shield her children from some ugliness, and that anyone would dare to invade her personal space. This poor princess. Here's what Rahman said in a podcast interview. I have 2 little kids. They didn't see it, luckily, this morning, but, I feel badly. Let's see. It's a podcast interview. Where it bees. Oh, yeah, it's this scum. Adam Conover. I'm not gonna. He's a scumbag. They'll strike me if I play his shit. So we have 2 little children. This is what the campaign came to. Welcome to the real world. The Safe Cities USA advocates took a feather from reality TV star Spencer Pratt's cap. One of the few real journalists in LA actually spoke with his organizer. The organizer behind a viral video showing fake encampments outside of her home is speaking out, saying that the Robin's campaign said its stunt crossed the line. The video is widely circulated, viewed by hundreds of thousands, show what it appears to be a staged homeless encampment. All of Los Angeles knows Rahman cares little about anyone else's personal boundaries. Kind of like the libs voting blue when they don't know the way they move the red states. Yeah. Armenian genocide is still going on. Nobody seems to care. Yeah. So Rahman all but laughed at parents' fears surrounding encampments being so close to schools. Watch. Booed by her own voters. Oh, yeah, I remember this.
I mean, it's like, I don't think a kid's going to be safer because a tent is 500 feet away from a school. It's like, it just doesn't. I mean, it's like, I don't think a kid's going to be safer because a tent is 500 feet away from a school. It's like, it just doesn't.
Yeah. Luckily, her kids didn't see it, but she has no issue with encampments a foot or 500 feet from a school where other kids can see effort. Yeah, like that's the thing. Like they wanted to pass a law saying that the encampments had to be 500 feet away from a school, and she voted against it. She said no. No. So much corruption, it's hard to keep up. You ain't kidding. There's a lot of Sorry. I'm a bit behind in the stream. Let's feel bad for persecuted Nigerians from the U.S. so we can legally accept Nigerian refugees. No, that's not it. We should just help them there. We should make it so that that they're not getting killed, the Christians. That's all. We need more Trumps. We do. We need more Trumps. She gets booed by her own constituents. Yeah, the video is not AI. The boos and outcry from her constituents is real. I spoke exclusively with the organizer. He defended the stunt.
These videos all over on social media, sparking debate over political protest and personal space. The videos now viewed hundreds of thousands of times online.
This is crazy.
Fake homeless encampments set up outside LA City Councilwoman and mayoral candidate Nithya Rahman's home.
This is happening all over the city, and we brought it to her doorstep so she can see what other people are going through.
A man who claims he helped organize the stunt spoke exclusively with Fox 11 with his face covered.
All the political violence.
Yeah, because they'll try to arrest them.
More than likely. People, protect their identities.
Tents, trash, old tires, and a barbecue Monday morning, all outside Rahman's home.
Basically doing a parody ad for her. Like if we were in charge of her campaign, this was the ad that we would make. Yo, what's going on?
What he describes as a broader, sarcastic effort across Rahman's Council District 4 in support of Spencer Pratt. Do you know Spencer Pratt, or are you affiliated with the Spencer Pratt campaign?
Absolutely never met him. big fan of his work.
Who is funding this?
So we have a group of donors from around the country. Check us out online at Safe Cities USA.
My support has been growing.
At a press conference Thursday, Rahman discussed a new UC Berkeley poll showing her in second place in the mayor's race, but did not address the videos.
I looked out the window and I realized that there were people setting up what was, I think, a fake encampment, like a homeless encampment outside of my house.
Earlier this week, though, she spoke about them on the Adam Conover podcast.
I have 2 little kids.
Yeah.
They didn't see it, luckily, this morning.
It was on
but,
Fox, Christine.
You know,
it was on Fox. It was hard to find them.
I feel badly.
They would
that-
definitely dox them. They would definitely dox them.
that I'm even
Donate to those
subjecting
guys if
them
you
to
can.
that at
Yes.
all, but it
they're
but it
not
has
trying to show
definitely this has
traffic
gone
yourself.
far beyond what I expected the campaign to be about.
They feel like this draws the line.
Yeah, I think that, it's a public street, and I can see where she's upset, but you think about everybody else that's going through the same thing constantly that are being ignored.
This race already
where's Waldo
getting
Baldo?
national
What's up?
attention with the election.
Yeah, Spencer's Gifts. They used to sell some cool shit. It was like, what was the other? Hot Topic and Spencer's, right? Those are the 2 places in the mall that used to sell stuff. A mall. Who even knows what a mall is anymore? Are there malls anymore? Do they exist? Or did they all get shut down because of teens?
Election now, just a few days away.
Vote for
Sidor's
Spencer
report-
Pratt. Vote for Spencer Pratt. Yeah. Vote for Spencer Pratt. There we go. New York City school chancellor Kamar Samuel signed an improper $180,000 contract with an unapproved vendor and let his deputy take the fall. Womp womp. The chancellor, Kamar Samuel, signed and then covered up an improper $180,000 no-bid contract with an unapproved Department of Education vendor when he was superintendent of the school district. A report issued by the Special Commissioner of Investigations for the city's Comey Mandami handpicked chancellor left him entirely unscathed. First job was in a mall. Did you hear? She said she feels bad putting her kids through it. Not that she's done anything to fix it. Yeah, she's a scum. She's a straight up fucking commie. She is. She's part of that DSA, Democratic Socialists of America, which is just another word for the Revolutionary Communists of America. They try to change their name a little bit to make people go, it says Democratic. That means they're Democratic. That means we vote for them once, and then once they get in power, there's no more elections. They don't get it. They don't get it. The watchdog found that the vendor, whose company provided temporary foreign language teachers, conspired to evade procurement rules. What do you know? A new era. Yeah, a new era of fucking stealing. There you go. Comey Mandami's people stealing. Yeah, DEI all the way. The 11-page report issued in June, made public, issued by SCI in June, made public this week, never mentioned Samuels, apparently by design. The Post obtained the original emails between Samuels, Graham, and a vendor, and Samuels signed a contract that shows the current schools chief signed off on the deal and split up payments to Creeling's 2 companies to escape financial oversight. It's my understanding that you do not have MTech can provide services beyond $25,000 each for 2 vendors listed below, so the amount of work is $50,000, he wrote, referencing the city's contract system. Wow. Contracts over 25 would have required 3 contractor bids and city comptroller scrutiny. By paying less than that, the contracts signed by Samuels and Graham slipped under the radar. In January, they received a complaint about a temporary teacher placed at 2 Upper West Side schools by Kraling. The teacher had been forced to quit the DOE in 2014 after they substantiated charges of sexual misconduct with a 15-year-old student. So they put a fucking child predator back in the school and somebody figured it out. They put a child predator back in the school and somebody figured it out and they slipped it in by a contractor. As they probed why the teacher was back in the classroom, they unearthed a 2024-25 contract that they signed with Graham's Samuel's right-hand man. SCI blamed Graham for greenlighting the pack and also for nearly identical $180,000 contract renewal she signed off on in August and demanded she be fired. The report said that Graham and Kraling conspired to split the billing to disguise the fact that Kraling's 2 companies were not DOE-approved vendors, that the contracts were improperly no-bid deals. They're trying to change the definitions of all the words, like Fauci tried to change the definition of gain of function research before he testified. Yeah, and like they changed the definition of vaccine. Cuba is a democratic socialist government. You get to vote for the members of the Communist Party, and because it's not voluntary, communists usually win 99% of the vote. Strange, but didn't they know dictionaries exist? They're changing the definitions in dictionaries, too. All the stuff's online, so it's easy to change. They let her off with a slap on the wrist, a 2-week suspension without pay. Say it like it is, child rape. It is. They let a child rapist back in. Look at this. There's the signatures. Shockingly, in April, Samuels was appointed school boss by Comey Mandami, rewarded his disgraced underling with a cushy $225,000 a year gig as a senior executive director for strategy at Tweed. She took the job, shook the fall, and now she's being rewarded. You're planning an escape route to free America. Well, lug nuts, good luck. I wish you well. Godspeed on your journey. An exclusive interview, he defended his actions, saying that because he'd never done business with the DOE, he was unaware of the procurement rules. He was so stunned that they never mentioned Samuels in the report, since he told SCI probers that Samuels signed the first contract, even offered to hand over the smoking gun contract. He provided those documents to the Post. I definitely think it's a cover-up. I want to make sure you understand the full context. Can you forward me the documentation was signed by Principal Flournoy? It's my understanding that you have an MTech, cannot provide services behind 25. Let me know. So it's absurd. Free America like the Panama Canal. There you go. That would be great. Free it. Free it. Hey, Miss Vicky May, what's up? Thanks for being here. Awesome to have you. Hey, Vicky, what's up? Checks were split between Cranko and Kraling-owned Regimagine Education, which provides coaching and professional services. I'm sharing a billing breakdown because we have two organizations. We can bill each school a maximum of 50. We hope to be rewarded an MTech soon and update you accordingly. So you look at 25 and 20, 45, 25 and 20, 45, 25 and 15, 40. That's what they're billing the schools. Samuels not only signed the original contract, was also involved in the negotiation process. He sent the emails where Samuel CC'd on the check splitting scheme documents show, but in the final report, the emails were selectively edited. So Comey Mandami, just as good commies do, protected their people. There should have been dozens of people involved in this. The superintendent doesn't have the authority to sign it on his own. You need a vendor, and the grant was tied to world language. If they didn't have a way to offer it, you weren't eligible for the grant. What did they think? The remaining grant money because they didn't pay us. So it was a grant. So they did all this to get a federal grant. Yeah, don't forget to hit the like button, please. Please, please, please. Hit subscribe, hit the like button. You know what I mean? And please hit the like button and all that. Breaking news, lead federal prosecutor in a James Comey criminal case resigns from the case. This doesn't bode well. How about we save America instead? I'm all for that. That's what they say, like when you're in an airplane and they tell you in an emergency, secure your mask first before you try to help anybody else. That's the stage we're at right now in America. We need to secure our own masks. We need to save America first before we can help anybody else. You remember when kids and parents read the smut books that put school board members said those are not appropriate to read here? Oh, yeah. I remember that. Oh, yeah. The lead prosecutor in James Comey's criminal prosecution related to his assassination threat has resigned from the case. Matthew Petraka, an assistant U.S. attorney in the Eastern District of North Carolina, has resigned from Comey's case. According to NBC, Petraka thought about leaving the DOJ, but decided to remain at the department after taking a week off. Ellis Boyle, acting U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of North Carolina, hired Petraka several months ago. Hopefully that prosecutor is just another traitor undetected that's loyal to Comey. Well, maybe. I don't know. A rookie federal prosecutor brought the case of threatening Trump's life, has stepped off the case. He's been recently hired as an assistant U.S. attorney in the Eastern District, is no longer on the Comey case. But Petraka also dropped off the other criminal cases in the Eastern District in recent days, according to court filings. He's a former Republican county committeeman in New Jersey whose Eastern District of Carolina hired months ago. Boyle oversaw the highly criticized case, of which will go to trial in October if it manages to survive legal challenge. Your goal switched to 75. Oh, what the fuck is going on with that? Yep, it did. What is going on? What is going on with YouTube? What is going on? Well, you guys get an extra 10 minutes because it's all screwed up. I don't know what's happening with YouTube. I really don't. Remember Schoolhouse Rock, or am I told? No, Schoolhouse Rock. I'm just a bill and I'm sitting here on the Capitol Hill. It's crazy, lug nuts. It is. I don't know what is going on. It's nuts. Now you guys get an extra 10 minutes. I remember Schoolhouse Rock. Congratulations. You guys get an extra 10 minutes. My mask is secured loosely. 38 Special wrote a song about it. Hold on loosely, don't lose control. Laughing and crying at the same time? Well, don't be. You get an extra 10 minutes now because I reset it to another hour. Petruca has contemplated leaving the Justice Department altogether, according to two people, but instead remained. Yeah. U.S. Attorney's Office did not comment, did not respond. How many goals are created? I've seen 10 so far. I don't know what's going on. YouTube keeps canceling them. Keeps screwing them up. Keep screwing them up. Keep screwing them up. I don't know what's happening. It broke when something happened here. Yeah, there's something going on. I don't know. Where's my lighter? Hold on, loosely. Cool. Yeah, so Comey put this on, he made it himself. I need to burn a bill. Yeah. Bill Clinton, hopefully. Comey was indicted by a grand jury in the Eastern District of North Kakalaki on 2 felony counts. Knowingly, willfully making a threat against the life of the president. Like the Gulf, change the name, void all the agreements. Do you think these corrupt fucks resigning are collecting seashells on the seashore with Comey? Sally collects seashells on the seashore. Right? Knowingly, willfully transmitting the threat. It's a YouTube firmware update. They can't hide it every time. It's something going on. North Carolina-based U.S. District Judge Louise Flanagan, a George W. Bush appointee, agreed to postpone the trial till October. Why? Why? Then we got this story, which is just nuts, man. I saw this story and I said, you guys need to know this story. This story is crazy. Crazy town. Crazy town. A judge eases New Hampshire voter rules law. That's right. New Hampshire passed a law. It's cuckoo as Cocoa Puffs. It is. My YouTube is acting up, but I don't have a channel. It's having all types of issue. My sister is drunk and says the world's gone crazy, and I believe she's quite right. Yes. Well, I hope she's not. Are you drinking with her, Christine? I hope you're drinking with her because she should never drink alone. But I will say it counts if she's drinking while watching me because then she's drinking with me. And so here, cheers. Cheers. Might as well get drunk. That's what I say. Oh, you are, of course. That's awesome. Yeah, never drink alone. I never drink alone. Only when I'm by myself. What's that song by Thorogood, right? I never drink alone. Only when I'm by myself. Yeah, hence the way drink. I like George Thorogood, hence the way drink. Yeah. I never drink alone, only when I'm by myself. I drink alone all the time, and I'm fucking alone. We're having a good time on Saturday night. Saturday night's all right for fighting, right? That's a good song. I used to drink alone. Now I black out so often I had to quit. Wow. Saturday. That's a song by Elton John, right? Saturday's all right for fighting, right? Something like that. A federal judge said New Hampshire must make voter registration easier. Newsmax always sucks with these ads. As soon as you scroll down so it'll play, then they stop it. Federal judge said New Hampshire must make it easier for people to register to vote by allowing applicants to attest to their citizenship, but they don't have the documents to prove it. So New Hampshire passed a law saying that you had to show documentation. They passed a law saying you have to show documentation. And this judge said, oh, no, you don't.
Kamala didn't mince any words. They want to work around the Electoral College and they want to pack the Supreme Court. Now, if we don't take this seriously and take seriously what she's proposing and pass the Save America Act,
Yeah, pass to save America.
Absolutely, completely protect our Constitution from what the Democrats have basically said that they're willing to upend, which is the Supreme Court and any protections around the Electoral College. We are going to lose this country ahead of the midterms, Carl. So we need to take seriously. This is not hyperbolic from
You're hearing
Kamala
echo?
Harris, the failed presidential
Seriously?
candidate. This is actually
Please tell me
what
you're not
the
hearing an
Democrats
echo.
are planning on doing. Carville has talked about it. Hakeem Jeffries has talked about it. Schumer has talked about it. No one's hiding. So what's John Thune doing about it?
Wow, what is he doing about it? That's right. What is he doing about it? What is he doing about it? He's doing nothing about it. Let me see. Audio. I have echo cancellation on. No echo. You don't. Okay. YouTube is the new dream police. Thune is not going to bring the act. He's a piece of crap. No echo. Joe's drunk. Okay. Judges are judgmental. There, I said it. Yeah, they suck. They're sucky. The case was seen as the first major legal test of election reform that's been pushed nationally by President Trump and has gained favor among Republicans. Though a U.S. District Judge, Samantha Elliott, said she was not deciding whether proof of citizenship itself is constitutional. Your dog is having a problem with its ear itching and shaking its head. Yeah. I put medicine in her ear. She has constantly has an ear issue. You can still hear it. So it's a trust me, bro vote. Yeah, that's what they want. Trust me, bro. Her ruling late Thursday night on the narrowest question of New Hampshire's law was significant. However, because it underscored the potential perils of implementing strict requirements for voters to document their U.S. citizenship so they can cast a ballot. Elliott found that changes in 2024 state voter registration laws unconstitutionally removed one method of proof, namely a voter's sworn affidavit. Yeah, trust me, bro. No, you have to have proof. The evidence shows that this is the only method of proof available for a significant number of New Hampshire voters. The change took effect last year. They signed the bill in 2024. The ruling was a win for the ACLU, which it does not represent Americans or civil liberties of Americans at all. The law could have unconstitutionally needlessly prevented thousands of eligible voters from casting a ballot. This is not the judge's right to do. It's up to the state legislature to decide these things, not the judge. Not the judge. This is nuts. This shit has to stop, man. These judges have to stop. They're just getting crazy with this stuff. It's got to stop. You pass these laws, and then judges just come along and go, "No, man, we don't like that. We're not going to allow that." Joe says Joe's last drink was August of 2008 after a previous 15 years of no drinks and none since 2008. I am tired of 21 hours now. Judges need to stay in their own lane, but they refuse. He was joking. I was joking. Everyone was joking. New Hampshire is not the only state with proof of citizenship law. Arizona, South Dakota, Utah, and Wyoming have similar laws in effect. Florida passed a law this year requiring documented proof of citizenship to vote, but it won't take effect until next year. A similar law in Kansas, which required proof of citizenship for state and federal elections, was found in 2019 to violate both the U.S. Constitution and the National Voter Registration Act and prevented more than 31,000 citizens from registering to vote. Arizona established a two-tier system after the Supreme Court ruled in 2013 that the state could not require citizenship documentation for federal elections. In August 2024, the court allowed some parts of the state's proof of citizenship law to be enforced. That's crazy. How the hell? I went fishing one day, and all I caught were fish deemed illegal to keep by the Game Commission. Violate the Constitution? No, it doesn't. Well, that's what I don't understand. How the Supreme Court in 2013 ruled that. Oh, I know why. Because at the time it was shit people on the bench in 2013. It was before Gorsuch and Kavanaugh and Barrett were on the bench. That's why. Judges can stick their gavels up their asses. You can still hear it. Now you're going to make me go listen. I am hearing something weird. I don't know what's going on. I am hearing something. It's not an echo, but I am hearing something. University of Maryland study estimated that 21 million Americans who are eligible to vote do not have easy access to documents. Easy access. 10% of Democrats, 7% Republicans, and 14% of people unaffiliated. They don't have birth certificates, what they're saying, which is bullshit. Bullshit. What do you mean by no easy access? You can get it online. You can order one. They'll send it to you. It's nuts. It's nuts. Just crazy. Federal judge strikes down New Hampshire law requiring proof of citizenship to vote. Federal judge strikes down New Hampshire proof of citizenship law. It's crazy, crazy, crazy that this is happening. Why is it not playing? This looks like a video. This looks like a video. Why is it not a video playing? I mean, the lady's clearly paused. That's nuts. I don't know. Federal judge says they must make it easier to prove citizenship. Oh. You only hear your voice? I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. I'm having everything. It seems to be massive problems tonight. Massive problems tonight. Massive problems tonight. I'm opening some more tabs real quick. All right. I think I got enough tabs reopened there. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, this is very good here. All right, we'll share this. This is about, there's a new pact happening in with the it says the U.S., Australian, UK Defense Secretaries announced unmanned undersea vehicle project.
Welcome. Good afternoon. And it's a pleasure to welcome Deputy Prime Minister Marles and Secretary Healy here to the U.S. Embassy in Singapore. And thanks for joining us today for the AUKUS Defense Ministers meeting. Now, last year, President Trump directed that we move full steam ahead on AUKUS, and I'm proud to say that we've made great progress on that front and look forward to discussing our efforts to strengthen AUKUS and ensure its long-term success. So as you all know, Pillar 1 is at an important inflection point. We're going to stay on track to stand up Submarine Rotational Force West, SURF West, in 2027. And just this month, I authorized the establishment of Naval Support Activity Sterling, Submarine Squadron 3, and the lead maintenance activity to support SURF West. This means the first U.S. Navy sailors will begin arriving in Western Australia later this year. And I'm grateful for Australia's commitment to invest up to $5 billion into HMS Sterling for SURF West, which supports the arrival of U.S. personnel. Australia has also plans to invest up to $8 billion at its Henderson shipyard and up to $21 billion at the Osborne shipyard to support submarine construction, real investment in shared capabilities. And we're encouraged to see continued Australian investment in its sovereign submarine capabilities and a willingness for both Australia and the UK to increase burden sharing. Now, under Pillar 2 We're accelerating delivery of advanced capabilities to our warfighters. And together, today, we're pleased to announce the first AUKUS Pillar 2 signature project, focused on fielding advanced uncrewed undersea vehicles, or UUVs. And I want to thank these two gentlemen for their leadership in ensuring we stayed on track with Pillar 2 and found something critical to all three of our countries. The signature project will deliver a suite of highly adaptable, multi-mission UUV payloads designed to support undersea operations and maintain our collective advantage
Audio
in the maritime
sucks.
domain.
Audio sucks on
The
it.
United States, as we've said from the beginning, and we think the review we undertook only strengthened this partnership, remains committed to the AUKUS partnership and is moving as quickly as possible to enhance our combined submarine presence in the Pacific region. Deputy Prime Minister Marles, Secretary Healy, thank you again. We look forward to our discussion today. And I hand the podium over to the Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you.
Well, thank you. It's great to be here with my good friend Pete Hegseth, the United States Secretary of War, and my good friend John Healy, the UK Secretary of Defence, for this year's AUKUS Defence Ministers meeting. And what we are announcing today is hugely significant in the entire AUKUS journey. That we are announcing today the first signature project under Pillar 2, which will see all three countries invest in the development of cutting-edge payloads and enabling systems for uncrewed undersea vehicles, is a momentous occasion in what is the AUKUS journey.
This is the Australia, UK, US coalition to battle submarine, like underwater stuff. Like they're going to build like unmanned drones for under the water to go after submarines and stuff. This is the coalition of, America, Australia, United States, UK, US, Stop China crew.
This is the three countries putting real a capability that we will put into the hands of the warfighter next year. And we are enormously pleased that we have been able to reach agreement.
The audio keeps cutting out too. What the fuck?
Complexity in
their audio stuff
we have been undertaking in relation to each of those submarines.
Fosters, Australians are treating everything like Bondi Beach. Under the sea, under the sea.
Without a tender, and we did a significant package of work on that. And this year, we've had HMS Anson, a UK Astute-class submarine, at HMAS Stirling, where again, a significant amount of maintenance work was done on that. And so to be working through all of that and to be in a position.
Yeah, there's an agreement working on it so that like the Australia is going to buy a submarine from us. All right. And then I think the UK maybe too, like so instead of everybody building their own submarines, they're going to just buy like a US sub, I guess. We're going to, I don't know, make submarines. They're going to buy one from us. I don't know.
Where HMAS Stirling will be able to host the submarine rotational force west from the end of next year is again a really significant achievement, and I'm really pleased that during the course of the day we will be able to work through the implementing arrangements with both of our partners in relation to that. And in terms of phase 3, which is the building of submarines in Australia to be delivered in the early 2040s, again, work is at a pace to establish the construction yard at the Osborne Naval Facility in South Australia.
All of this is the single biggest industrial project in Australia's history. All of this represents the biggest leap in Australia's military capability in more than a century, really, since the establishment of the Navy. And it is being achieved through the cooperation with the UK and with the United States, and I am deeply indebted to both Pete and John for their enormous cooperation in making this happen.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Indo-Pacific security and Euro-Atlantic security are indivisible. What happens here matters to Brits at home, it matters to Americans, it matters to Aussies too. That's why I believe AUKUS is the...
I mean, these are like the United States, Britain, UK, and Australia are like, they're like the premier Western countries pretty much. And they can't get fucking audio to work right?
most significant military partnership since NATO. But for too long with AUKUS, we talked too much
good
and
here.
delivered
Just made
too
some
little.
distance gunfire, but
That has now changed under our three governments. And as President Trump has said, we're now full steam ahead on AUKUS. Just weeks after the three of us last met in Washington in December, HMS Anson set off for Western Australia, where she docked and underwent a maintenance program at HMAS Sterling in Perth. This was a proud first for the Royal Navy and a path for more to follow. And back where Anson started life, in Barrow and in Derby, we're driving the delivery now of her replacements. The first 4 reactors for that new SSN AUKUS submarine fleet are now under construction. We're putting £6 billion of new investment in this Parliament to expand production, raise productivity, and increase the pace of build. And this is the progress of the first pillar of AUKUS, to put the most powerful attack submarines ever built into the waters of the Indo-Pacific, the Euro-Atlantic, and the High North. And today, we confirm also the first ever signature project under Pillar 2 of AUKUS. This will rapidly give our forces the very most advanced battlefield technologies, as together we produce a range of cutting-edge sensors and weapons systems for undersea drones. This will give us the ability to detect, to deter, and to deal with threats, including to our underwater
business as usual, yeah.
pipelines on which so much of our daily
No,
life
it's all messed up.
depends.
All right, so this is what they're talking about. So this is what they're talking about right here. All right, this is what they're talking about. Britain, U.S., and Australia develop underwater drones as part of the AUKUS Defense Pact. Alliance of Western Nations was formed in 2021. Britain, along with the U.S. and Australia, will join forces to develop underwater drones as part of the AUKUS Defense Pact. Announced earlier today, a joint statement from the three nations confirmed the scheme will boost the country's strike capabilities. It added it will bolster superiority in anti-submarine, anti-surface warfare, mine countermeasures, electronic warfare, contestus, littoral maneuver. The statement announced a plan to curate the latest defense technology from quantum computing to undersea hypersonic and artificial intelligence and cyber technology. This will rapidly give our forces the most advanced battlefield technologies as we together will produce cutting-edge sensors and weapon systems for undersea drones. For too long, AUKUS, we've talked much and delivered little. And my experience making side deals with too many alliances will either win it all or backfire terribly. Yes. Does anybody listen to Scott Besson today? Basically told Britain it's over. We're going to lead the way now. Is that the speech? I thought we listened to some of that speech earlier. I was playing some of it earlier. I think it was what I was playing. He was at some conference talking to Larry Kudlow, I think. That has changed under our three governments. We are now full steam ahead on AUKUS. Said undersea vehicles will boost each country's ability to respond to international threats. Will they be able to find the MH370? Well, I saw a video of that thing just disappearing. Speaking in Singapore, we are accelerating delivery of advanced capabilities to our war fighters. Pillar 2 signature product focused on fielding uncrewed undersea vehicles. Underwater drone, you mean a sub? That's what they're talking about. First in service Navy Block 4 Virginia class boat planned to be sold to RAN in 2032. Second boat in 35. A new Block 3. That's what I thought. We're selling them to like the Royal Australian Navy. Yeah, that's what I thought. We're selling Virginia mission modules. Yeah, we're selling these boats. Well, I saw a video on it. But yeah, that's we're selling those. But this is some other stuff now. Western Alliance was formed in 2021 in a bid to fight back against China. China. I come from the land down under, where the builders flow and the men chunder. Can't you hear the thunder? You better run, you better take cover. Oh yeah. I come from a man in Brazil. Shit, nuked my own message. Yep, you got the wrong one. Got the wrong one. Beijing has hit out with the latest United Front and branded the AUKUS pact dangerous. 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 And subsequently, I knew a girl named Rita, light-skinned Puerto Rican. I couldn't meet her. Dangerous. Whoop, doop, doop, doop. It could trigger a regional arms race. That's right. China warned AUKUS is dangerous. The trilateral security partnership bid to boost each other's nation's military capability through the use of nuclear submarines as Pillar 1. The trio's attempt to develop advanced technologies made in Pillar 2. They should get better at building them faster. It takes years to build one sub. Oh my God, with these names. You ain't kidding, right? Sell them something diesel. It's going to be a huge, huge upgrade. Yeah. No, they're getting nuke subs. Nuclear. One American president voiced his commitment to the pact. UK and Australia relaxed. The United States, as we said from the beginning, we think the review undertook only strengthened the partnership. The alliance is moving as quickly as possible to enhance our combined submarine presence in the Pacific region. This is 3 countries putting real capability that will put in the hands of the warfighter next year, and we're enormously pleased that we've been able to reach an agreement. Hedy Lamarr started that. Yeah, Hedy Lamarr, yeah, she did. Oh, check this out. U.S. planning faster troop withdrawals from Europe, German newspaper says. Aussie expected the first AUKUS to be ready in the 2040s. No rush. I think they said something. I think they said something about it going to be earlier. Bye. Yeah, it's a warning. The Aussies are having problems with certain sects of their government. Okay. Yay, I know something. Look at this. That's an Apache helicopter there. Germany is home to 35,000 active duty U.S. military personnel, more than anywhere else in Europe. Jimmy Carter was a nuclear Navy guy. Yeah, he was. Not a smart one, though. If I'm not mistaken, Jimmy Carter actually had the nerve to attack Admiral Rickover, the father of the nuclear Navy. Yeah, Jimmy Carter caused Rickover to leave the Navy. Admiral Rickover. Look it up. The father of the nuclear power. Like, then he was responsible for how the Navy's nuclear program worked and all the nuclear subs. He was in charge of it. And Carter had a beef with him and forced him out. U.S. plans to accelerate the withdrawal of NATO troops from bases in Europe and will present its proposals to NATO's in June. The German newspaper Welt am Sonntag reported, citing unidentified Pentagon source. Hedy Lamarr invented frequency hopping. They say she invented like Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, stuff like that. That's what she came up with. I think that last thing from Bad Greg was funny. Trump's allies are Putin and Kim Jong-un. Yeah, well, it's not true, but he can cite it. Washington announced plans in May to pull 5,000 troops out of Germany, widely seen as a consequence of the rift over the Iran war. Germany's home to 35,000 active duty troops. They should be home to none. Zero. Zilch. Get every American troops out of Germany. We have no reason to be there. Get them out. Put them on the southern border. Pentagon said withdrawal was expected to be completed within 6 to 12 months. Did not provide details on how much faster withdrawal could be. U.S. is due to present its plans to NATO in June. Rickover owned the silent service. Nobody got command without his approval. Yeah, well, that's what Carter pushed him out. Carter got rid of him. It was Carter. So the Pentagon did not respond. Reuters says U.S. plans to accelerate the withdrawal of the troops. Get them all out. U.S. to fast-track troop withdrawal from Europe. Good. Get them all out. Troop with Widow Derwell. That's what it says. Troop Witter Derwell. Man, their AI sucks, too. They can't spell. Their AI can't spell either. You see that? It's supposed to be withdrawal. And this is a fucking newspaper, and they couldn't even tell it to spell it correctly. Wow. Your AI sucks, newspaper. Next story. Trump team eyes 50% U.S.-made auto parts rule for the USMCA. So they want this part of the USMCA, they want it to be that all the cars built in Canada, Mexico and the United States all have to have at least 50% U.S. parts. Yes. The proposal will mark a significant shift in the USMCA trade pact. While the agreement currently requires 75% of the vehicle's content to come from North America, it does not mandate a specific percentage from the United States. The proposal was developed ahead of negotiations for the future trade agreement. 50% U.S. content requirement represents the Trump administration's opening positions in negotiations. Like, why would cars being sold in the U.S. not have any U.S. parts in them? That's nuts. That's stupid. That's silly. Germany can't afford not to have us there. There are many countries that have not forgotten, and Muslims that will accelerate their takeover. Rickover also played a role in Licklider establishing personal computing. Yeah. They'll find a way to cheat. Yeah. Oh, hey, we're coming up on 4 hours, so I have to say, if you're on Instagram, if you're on Zuckgram Instagram, come over to another platform, because I got to say goodbye to you on Instagram, because there's a 4 hour time limit on Instagram. So if you're on Instagram, come to YouTube, come to Rumble, come to Twitch, come to Kick, come to X, or you can go to Facebook even. But if you're on Instagram, come over somewhere else, because we're ending on Instagram right now. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Instagram. Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye. Bye-bye, baby, bye-bye. Ending on Instagram. Yeah, they're going to beg us to get the Muslims out, maybe. A troop withdrawal for Europe will give them the kick in the butt to build their own military. Maybe. Maybe it'll have them stop being such pussies, as they say. Pussies. Oh, that's weird. Something's going on with everything on YouTube's all screwed up. It's not even registering views right. The proposal underscores Trump's longstanding effort to bring manufacturing jobs back to the U.S. That's good, right? Yep. Zuckerbucks and his 2,000 mules. Yep. Can't stand Zuckerberg. Yep. Automakers, however, could face challenges complying with the new standards, particularly if the rules take effect quickly. But labor groups, including the UAW, will likely welcome the proposal. You see, Trump is doing things for U.S. auto workers and stuff that the Democrats never did. They just ignore them. The Democrats have moved on from union workers to illegals. Reuters previously reported the Trump administration was considering a U.S.-specific content requirement. Trump has publicly threatened to terminate the USMCA if major changes aren't made. The agreement replaced the NAFTA during Trump's first term. Greer also floated the possibility of replacing the three-country agreement with separate trade deals involving Mexico and Canada. Something needs to happen, because they're screwing us over. They're robbing us blind. They're robbing us blind. Trump wants to raise the North American auto content to 82% with half from the U.S. Sounds good to me. Raise it to 82%, half from the U.S. Sounds good to me. 82% with half from the U.S. Sounds good to me. Then we got this. This is crazy. Look at this. Meta, Snapchat, TikTok, and YouTube pay $34.5 million to settle Kentucky school district lawsuit. Funny that Rick Over's only C command was a few months on a minesweeper in 37. Yeah, but he was smart. He was smart. He was I think he was an engineer, or something like that, or he had like a very high level degree. That's why he was able to he developed everything, all the safety protocols, everything. What's going on in the Tucker podcast? Is it still on the Israel meltdown? I haven't watched it, so I don't know. World's biggest social media platforms have agreed to pay about 27 million US. I don't know what this 34 million is from S. Is that a different country? To settle a lawsuit filed by a rural Kentucky school district that alleged their products are addictive and help create a teen mental health crisis that drains school resources. Meta, which owns Instagram and Facebook, is paying the school $9 million, more than any of the other companies, according to the documents. Snap and TikTok agreed to pay $8 million each. YouTube negotiated a payout slightly more than $2 million. and was the only company that agreed to provide the district with training programs to help teachers better use video products in the classroom. Yes, Dinesh D'Souza is awesome. Master's in Engineering, I think, also translated our Herman Manual on Submarine Tactics and Strategy. The one-time payments add up to 8% more than the district's $25 million annual budget. Settlements which were announced earlier in May, but without financial details. The reprieve, however, will be short-lived. More than 1,300 other school districts have filed similar lawsuits or are awaiting trial. Tucker's dad worked for the CIA. Need to say more? Yes. German. Okay, I didn't know Herman. I was like, Herman. I didn't know if you were meaning Herman Goering. I was like, what? He didn't do submarines. That was, what's his name? Durnitz. Hey, what's up, Great Eagle? How you doing? Social media giants to pay $27 million to Kentucky School District. This is just the first one of many. First one of many. First one of many. Oh, a whale. U.S. military fires on Gambia flag ship violating Iran blockade. Paid to shop going to happen in Canada and the U.S. Well, that's good. Good to know. You forgot. What's up, Eagle? Great to see you. So the U.S. fired on another ship. It's happened today, folks. Today. Updated. Just wait a minute. It say it's updated at 2:44 a.m. It's only 2:33 a.m. How is it possible? U.S. military said it had disabled a Gambia flag vessel attempting to sail to an Iranian port. CENTCOM says that the strike occurred May 29th after MV, the motor vessel Lian Star, failed to respond to more than 20 warnings. A U.S. aircraft disabled the vessel by firing a Hellfire missile into the ship's engine room after the Lian Star's crew failed to comply. The ship is no longer transiting to Iran. The statement did not mention if there were any injuries. U.S. forces have disabled 5 commercial vessels and redirected 116 to fully enforce the blockade as the ceasefire with Iran remains in effect. The ceasefire is in full effect. Not. The United States has been enforcing a blockade. Oh, man, my voice is going out. Wow, I might be streaming too much and my voice keeps going out. Talks on the long-term end to the war and reopening the waterway have yet to reach a final agreement. YouTube went back to 1 like. Yeah, it's all screwed up. It's all screwed up. Paid to Shop is a new ultimate rebates program giving low-income families and low-income mom and pop shops. Okay. I'll check it out when it goes live. U.S. forces disabled non-compliant vessel in Gulf of Oman. CENTCOM forces observed transiting international waters towards an Iranian port on the Gulf of Oman issued 20 warnings. Aircraft disabled the vessel with a Hellfire. This is the official account. Official. Stars and Stripes says military files missile to disable ship. Iranian missile strike injured several Americans at a Kuwaiti airbase. Really? Saturday. I didn't hear that anywhere else. Several Americans injured as Iranian attack on Kuwait. Falling debris from an intercepted missile struck Ali Al Salem Air Base, causing minor injuries to 5 Americans, including active duty personnel and contractors. Social media posts on Friday, President Trump said he would make final determination on a peace deal. Oh, and then this story coming out. Russian officials warn Europe to brace for more drone incidents. Too much singing, maybe. It's possible. That is possible. Or maybe I'm talking too loud. Maybe I'm talking too loud. I'm too loud crew, maybe. Too loud crew, maybe. Maybe. Dmitry Medvedev, deputy chair of Russia's powerful Security Council, warned European leaders on Friday that drones would continue to stray into their countries and prevent their population from sleeping peacefully. He spoke out after NATO accused Moscow of reckless behavior and pledged to defend every inch of Allied territory after Romania said a Russian drone had crashed into an apartment block in the alliance member state during an attack on neighboring Ukraine. I'm talking just fine? Okay, thank you. This is not good. I mean, this could be this could be a false flag to try to bring NATO fully into the war. I don't know. Or it could be really Russia doing it. But him saying this is not smart, in my opinion. Medvedev said it still needed to ascertain which country's drone belonged to, but said Europe's impotent leaders should stop expressing outrage over the incident since they were directly participating in a war against Russia. Let me get them ready. This will continue to happen. There is a war going on, and the citizens of the EU states, as the population of the belligerent countries, will not be able to sleep peacefully. It's a bit suspect. It is. He said such incidents were particularly likely to continue in places where drones were being made for Ukraine. Well, if they're making drones, I mean, after all, European drones, spare parts for them, and other weapons, not to mention intelligence, are used in attacks on our country every day. As a result of their actions, residential buildings are being damaged, in which our civilians are dying. Russian President Vladimir Putin has been informed about the drone incident in Romania, the TASS state news agency reported earlier on Friday. And a Russian foreign ministry said Moscow will respond swiftly to Romanians' retaliatory decision to close down the Russian consulate in Constanta. Putin advisor warns EU after drone hits Iranian. The peaceful sleep is over.
Leaders from the Indo-Pacific region here in Singapore for his major address at this Premier Defense Summit in the region.
This is a mindset we fully embrace. The era of the United States subsidizing the defense of wealthy nations is over. We need partners, not protectorates. We seek alliances built on shared responsibility, not dependency. This is the maturation of our alliances.
And while the focus remains on China in this region, as a high-level delegation of Chinese officials are here, but not those top leaders, the elephant in the room is really the situation in Iran, with allies here really asking what the U.S. priorities are at this moment and questioning the situation happening in the Strait of Hormuz.
I don't think they've done much oil pumping
in the region, and really a flashpoint at this moment. Secretary Hegseth meeting with more leaders on Saturday, including officials from Japan as well as Australia, before he wraps up this trip and heads back to Washington, D.C. A whirlwind, 48 hours or so of diplomacy, as well as a focus on the situation in Iran for the secretary as President Trump meets in the Situation Room. No word on how Secretary Hegseth joined in on that from here in Singapore, but we do know he's watching that very closely. Kelly.
Good. So, yeah, Medvedev said on Friday that European leaders to be vigilant amid the war with Russia. Citizens of EU countries should realize your authorities have unilaterally entered into a war with Russia. Well, that sounds a little different than what the last one said. So be vigilant and don't be surprised. Peaceful sleep is over. The warning from Medvedev, a close ally of Russian President Vladimir Putin, came after Romanian authorities said a Russian drone that was part of an overnight attack on the Ukraine crashed into a building in eastern Romania, injuring 2 people. I thought it was 90 million barrels pumping up in Iran each day. Well, no, they're not. They don't have nowhere to put it. It's not going anywhere. They had us basically shutting down all their operations. They haven't been shipping any oil out. It hasn't been going anywhere. So they're not pumping shit. They're not pumping shit. Shits. Nothings. Zilch. Nothings. 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 NATO condemned the incident. Will continue to enhance our readiness to deter and defend against this threat. After speaking with the Romanian president, Nicol Sordan, Russia's reckless behavior is a danger to us all. They continue to target civilians and civilian infrastructure. Well, the fucking Ukrainians are doing the same thing. Ukrainians have been bombing buildings and schools and stuff. So, whatever. U.S. should take all the oil in Iran. Yeah, definitely. Take it all. Medved previously threatened U.S. EU diplomats in Ukraine's capital, demanded that foreign nationals leave in a way of, well, yeah, they did say that. They said, hey, you might want to get, they didn't threaten them. No, this is bullshit. They didn't threaten them. They said, hey, listen, after they attacked and they hit the apartment buildings in Moscow, they said, hey, you might want to get your people out of Kiev because we're going to knock the shit out of them. That's what they said. They didn't say, like, we're going to hurt you. They said, if you're in Kiev and something happens, it's on you. It's not on us. The EU said it's going to maintain diplomatic presence unchanged. Apparently, they've got diplomats to spare and they need to trim the headcount. Yeah, I mean, what are they? Because if you're in a war zone and you get killed, it's kind of on you. Russia's launched increasingly intense attacks over recent weeks. Dozens of people were killed by missile and drone assaults last weekend, according to Volodymyr Zelensky. Sergei Lavrov spoke with Marco Rubio over the phone on Monday to discuss the conflict. I mean, come on, man. I mean, come on. Look at this. Texas demon rat hopeful James Talrico's church includes porn in its library. So this guy who talks about Christianity, he's got porn in his library. They gave fair warning to foreigners it was coming. Yeah, but they're trying to say they threatened them. No, it's not a threat. Child porn, that's what they got. Child porn in their libraries. Texas demon rat candidate Talrico has porn in the libraries. Porn in their church libraries. I mean, that's just wrong. The more Texans hear about Talrico, the Frico Rico, he's aiming to reclaim Christianity for the progressive left, the more they're likely to learn that his home church believes and practices. The Daily Wire revealed that books accessible to children in the library of St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church in Austin, where Talrico's sermons as a seminary student include calls for abortion care for gender-confused women. What? It found materials with illustrations of oral sex and masturbation, discussing of anal rape and incest, gay sex, and other books reflect Talrico's theology that God is queer. A few years ago, during a committee hearing on removing explicit material from children's school libraries, Talrico argued that such material was protected under the First Amendment and therefore belonged in those libraries. I was shocked then. There he is. There's Talrico. Oh. So he's one of those gay fake priest guys is what he is. And that's why he's got his girlfriend, Beard, says she hangs out at the gay club every night. He said he likes trans kids. Yes, he does. What Republican Senate seats do you think will flip? The only one that I think it's possible that they could flip would be Maine, maybe, but I don't think even Maine. I mean, Ohio's questionable, but I don't think Ohio's going to go either. So I don't think any. I think there's a chance that the Dems could lose Georgia. What's his face? John Ossoff is up for election in Georgia. So that can go. That can go. Linky Weeds, what's up? I entrance while I installed reverse osmosis under my sink. Well, thank you for being here. Thank you for being a friend. We traveled down the road and back again. My heart is true. You're a friend and a confidant. If we went to a party and you invited everyone you knew, you would see the biggest gift would be from me. And the card would say, thank you for being a friend. What's it say? Post-millennial Dan Sullivan versus Dan Sullivan. What? What is this? Dan Sullivan versus Dan Sullivan. Oh, they're running a second guy named Dan Sullivan. Oh, that's they're pulling sneaky tricks. That's what they're doing. They're pulling sneaky tricks. That's what they're doing. The church defend its inclusion in what it calls banned books while only vaguely describing their content. Mm-hmm. Sing it, Blair. Mm-hmm. Will Zelensky fit his cash on his plane like the Afghanistan president? He's already got it. A lot of it moved out of the country. Zelensky's already got most of it moved out of the country. The Babylon Bees branded the church book pornography material. Said anyone checked out this book. In case anyone was aware how disgusting this book is gay, there's a quick summary. Best-selling LGBT book, chapter how to consume semen. Oh my God. Going to science, insert things into your, oh my God. Eating poop. Oh no. Telrico kicked off his general election campaign this week after Attorney General Ken Paxton won, telling 1,000 supporters at the Houston Dance Club that Paxton is the most corrupt politician. They said it's a stark pivot for a more sunny spiritual team. Well, it's because he's a lying scumbag, is what he is. A lying scumbag. Lying scumbag, yo. Lying scumbag, yo, yo. Oh, yo. I think I want to know you. Bum, 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 bum. This is a really shitty move. So Dan Sullivan versus Dan Sullivan, Alaska consultant who backed Dem Mary Pelota, linked to second Dan Sullivan campaign launch. Democrat political operative who has backed Senate candidate in Alaska has been linked to launching a campaign of a candidate clone with the same name. Metadata materials revealed that Amber Lee, who's a progressive consultant, penned a press release for a candidate named Dan Sullivan to run in Alaska. They can't beat Senator Sullivan on the record, so they're resorting to a deceitful political maneuver to attempt to trick Alaskans to buy a seat. The campaign website, Sullivan campaign, leans to confusion. We need a Sullivan who stands up for Alaska. Page claims that the Republican incumbent knows that for too long our leaders have failed to put Alaska first. The page then goes on about second Sullivan group in Alaska as a lifelong connection. Both Sullivans now appear in the open primary system under Alaska's election laws. Only the top 4 candidates advance to the general election. If the second Sullivan is on the ballot, it may confuse those wanting to vote in the general. Because Alaska uses ranked choice because that's what Lisa Murkowski needed so that she can get elected. They were fighting for flying those Ukraine flags for Zelensky. Pelota was only recently elected to Congress in 2022 and then unseated in 24. The state has usually voted for GOP in her district. Wow. So that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. That's what they're dang. That's what they're dang in Alaska. That's what they're dang. That's what they're dang in Alaska. That's crazy. Oh, and check this out. Fellow inmates allegedly ratted out Jose Medina over a 6-inch shank. Strip search uncovers more contraband. According to my sources, inside Cook County Jail, Jose Medina, the man that murdered Sheridan Gorman, that shot the woman, Maduro court case. I haven't heard anything about that. Is there something going on? Will this Dan Sullivan be removed? No, I don't know. Alaska's owned by the teachers union. I have to see what happens. I don't know what's going on with the Maduro court case. I haven't seen any stories on it, so I don't know. He said, new round of problems. The 6-inch metal shank was not discovered during routine search. Instead, other inmates ratted Medina out because he feared he was going to use the weapon to attack them. After the shank was recovered, jail officials reportedly put Medina through a full body imaging scanner to determine whether he had concealed additional contraband. The scan came back clean. Jail officials then strip searched him and found more contraband. Medina's cane was also confiscated after jail officials determined it could be used as a weapon. He's now complaining about losing it. Medina's legal problems are getting even bigger. This guy that shot Gorman, he had a knife in Cook County Jail, a shank. Oh. That's one of Biden's people. My source within Cook County Jail tells me that Loyola freshman Sheridan Gorman's accused killer was just found with a 6-inch metal shank concealed in his waistband. Wow. He needs to be, yeah. According to my source, criminal charges related to the incident could be announced. If confirmed, the discovery could undermine his defense attorney's claim that Medina is handicapped and suffers from brain damage. 6-inch metal shank concealed his waistband. A weapon reportedly had a handle wrapped in medical tape. Medina is currently being housed in general population. They do. He might have been holding it for someone else. We have illegals in the streets with machetes. Yes. He might have been holding it for someone else. Raw video when Mayor Johnson was asked about the murder of Sheridan Gorman.
Mayor Johnson, Bethany McGee, I don't know if you remember her name. She was set on fire on a CTA train by a repeat violent offender who was out on the street because of your policies. She never would have been set on fire. She would be living her life right now, but for your policies. Now, again, we have another young lady, 18-year-old Irish girl, Sheridan Gorman, who is dead at the hands of a suspect, an illegal alien, who, once again, was out on the streets because of your policies. Okay?
What's your question?
He wanted, I'm sorry, don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt.
Get to the question. Respect.
Don't interrupt me. Respect the question.
What question?
Respect the question.
Ask it. What's the question? All right, Craig.
Could you have a little respect?
Goes both ways, man.
Sheridan Gorman is dead today at the hands of a suspect, an illegal alien, who was out on the streets because of your policies. You've spent hundreds of millions
Ask the question.
of taxpayer dollars to protect these illegal aliens. You've instructed the Chicago Police Department not to turn them over to ICE. Do you have anything? You didn't even issue a statement, which I guess is better than the statement you released.
We got it.
Announcing that Bethany McGee was an isolated incident, which is an insult, which is almost evil.
Please get to the question, sir.
Did you coordinate with Governor Pritzker not to release statements as a way of trying to diminish the death?
I think I understand your question.
Sheridan Gorman.
So there was no coordination, between me or any other level of government around this tragedy. What I can say is it is a tragedy, and look,
A preventable tragedy.
As someone who is raising a family,
You don't have any problem interrupting me, do you?
Do you want the answer to your question?
I want to
These
answer
people
your
are
question.
fucking scumbags, all of them.
Look, as I said in my opening remarks, as I prepare to send my child off to college, of course you want to send them into a place that they're going to thrive and grow. And it's hard.
I think the mayor's worse.
Tragedy.
The mayor's worse. The
What
mayor's
I
worse.
can say though is that my work to continue to create safe and affordable communities, that work doesn't stop when we have a tragedy like this. And as we continue to grieve the loss of Sheridan and other victims who have fallen because of senseless violence, we're going to double down on our efforts to ensure that
He's done nothing. He's done
communities
nothing.
across the city, and we're going to continue to.
Will you apologize will you take this opportunity to apologize to Sheridan's parents for the policies that you have promoted that would directly caused her death? That suspect would not be in the city, would not be in the country, but for your policies. Will you take this opportunity to apologize to Sheridan's family?
We're all grieving the loss.
The mayor has over 150 officers on his security. He brought 50 cops with him to Rome to go meet the, he had to go to Rome to meet the Pope that allegedly is from Chicago, but it's really a fucking commie. And he brought 50 cops with him to Rome, 50 Chicago police officers to Rome. Talk about crazy. That's nuts. Please replace the mayor for Sasquatch. Okay, there now.
Of Sheridan and other folks who have lost their lives because of senseless violence. And let's just be very clear, between the Safety Act and the Welcoming City Ordinance. The Welcoming City Ordinance was passed 40 years ago by the first Black mayor in the history of Chicago. And the Safety Act was passed under the governor, at that time who was a Republican, Governor Rauner. Thank you for your question.
So you will not apologize to Sheridan's parents?
Hi, Mayor.
You have no apology? You have nothing to say to them?
I want to follow up on some of the other appointments.
Yeah, no apology, no nothing. Wow. I mean, that's crazy, right? Don't you think it's crazy? I think it's crazy. I think it's crazy. Wow. I think it's crazy. I can't believe it. I can't believe this stuff's going on. Dr. Oz says fraudsters have been treating Medicaid like a piggy bank, but it ends now. It ends now.
Columbus, Ohio is home to the second largest Somali population in the entire U.S. after Minneapolis. I'm standing in front of the LaBelle.
Why do you got some music over your fucking video? You're a government employee and you're putting music over the video like some fucking internet dude. Just talk Tell us the truth. Stop.
Home healthcare company where it used to be when its owner Najumi Tatsing was recently sentenced to 3 years in jail for Medicaid fraud. Now, Ohio Medicaid paid $5.7 million for home health aid services when the company inflated the hours of services. They billed for registered nurses, none were present. They billed for care of people who were dead or ineligible to receive Medicaid. Now, charging for dead people is a bad look when you go to court. We use data mining to identify the subcoding and corruption. I'll give you an example.
I mean, this is his video on his channel. This music does not have to be there. This isn't somebody else's. This is purposeful. And I'm going to tell you right now, if I get a copyright on this video's music, this stuff, I'm going to make a formal complaint because this is a government account. All right. This is Dr. Oz works for the government. All right. This is the official account for CMS. So this can't be copyrighted material. If it is, I'm going to be extremely pissed.
Example, Franklin County, where we are now, alone by itself accounts for more than a third of the $1.5 billion.
The fucking music is louder than his voice. Whoever did this should be fired.
$1.5 spent on home health care in Ohio. That is 3 times more than what would be expected. To process that statistic, the corruption is so widespread here that over a third of the entire state's home health care budget goes to this county, which is 3 times more than you'd expect. He also identified 288 Medicaid-registered home health aid companies operating out of just 7 office buildings along one nearby road. Some of these buildings are nearly vacant. Home health care and personal care services have become the subject of nearly all of the recent fraud prosecutions in Ohio. Everyone's upset about criminals billing for services that were never rendered. There were ghost visits, time fraud. The Ohio auditor found that almost half of the personal care services claims had no electronic verification. We don't even know the visits happened. This is fraud at scale. As a result, Governor DeWine has asked the federal government to allow a statewide 6-month Medicaid moratorium on new home health care businesses, right? We're allowing that. Within 24 hours, we're giving permission. And I'm proud of that because if we do this the right way, people will stop using Medicaid as a piggy bank. Vice President.
Yeah, YouTube is all screwed up. I'll tell you right now. Everything is screwed up on YouTube. It's showing like, I'll show you this. Look at this in the back room of YouTube. It hasn't showed any view growth at all in the past, any view growth at all. And the messages, it says there's been nobody chatting anything. I'll show you this. Look at this. It shows nothing, no one chatting. All right. See this? No chats. There was chat peak. No one's chatting according to YouTube. So something's all screwed up. Something's all screwed up. Something is all screwed up in YouTube. It's all screwed up. It's all screwed up. Well, okay, Dr. Oz. I better not get a copyright strike on that. I'll be mad. Cuba's falling on mostly unusual meeting. There's a lot of stories about Cuba floating around right now. Some of the media acting like they have a scoop on something that's been happening or rumored to happening. And they haven't actually verified anything with Trump or Trump administration. Most of these reporters and media outlets don't even care about the countries until they become newsworthy. What I can tell you is what the regime is saying. That for interviews, Cuba will fight the imperialists, etc. In the last week, D. Alcanaz claimed that the U.S. will cause a bloodbath with an incalculable compass. What? Most recently, Rodriguez has been going after Marco Rubio with his favorite talking point. Rubio has a personal vendetta against the regime, blah, blah, blah. His grandparents fled the communist shithole. But these guys are going on TV networks yelling about the U.S. aggression. On the ground, the regime is actually playing nice with the U.S. because it has no leverage. On Friday, most unusual thing happened. The United States Southern Command General was at Gitmo, and he met with an Army Corps General Robert Laguerre Santalongo, First Deputy Minister, Chief of Staff, and other senior leaders of the Cuban military at the perimeter of the facility. They even posed for a picture. According to Southcom, the visit was a brief exchange on operational security matters. Donovan also led a perimeter security assessment of the naval base and discussed force protection, safety of service members, and their families. There it is. There's the guy. He's there checking everything out. Yeah, that's Cuba. Did I get your money back from YouTube? Not yet. Still waiting. Keep in mind, the regime considers our base at Gitmo Bay an illegal occupation. Well, tell them they can evict us if they want. An extremely rare high-level face-to-face meeting described as positive on both sides. The Cuban Ministry of Defense said both delegations considered the meeting to be positive, where issues related to security around the dividing perimeter of the military enclave were addressed. While some of the MSM are downplaying, this isn't something you see every day, but then again, a lot of what we're witnessing lately is unusual. The CIA director is holding talks and making threats in Havana. Cubans standing on rooftops raising U.S. flags, waving "Long live Trump." In the past, low-level fence line meetings took place either each month between U.S. and Cuban officials at the naval base, but Trump had them suspended when he took office in 2025. This is not a continuation of that. This is not routine. As I keep saying, we don't know how or when this will end, but Trump promises it will end soon, and he'll be the president who finally ends 67 years of Cuban communist regime. More YouTube crap tonight. I received an email saying my membership to your channel expires soon. Dude, your channel needs an exorcism. I don't know what's going on. I really don't. I honestly don't. So yeah, so the stuff's going on with Cuba. Well, everybody, I want to thank everybody who was here. All right. We did not hit the goal for the third additional hour. And we've been going for 4.5 hours. Just want to thank everybody who was here. I believe Joe is still streaming. Joe is still live. So everyone will go over to Joe. And I want to thank everybody. I want to thank everybody who was here. I want to thank everybody who was here. Remind you all to come on back for Jim to tell you the news.